The day will come when we recapture our destiny, and sorry won't be good enough. These are the Knights of the White Table. I'm really honored to be able to serve white well-being with you heroes and be able to stand against the attacks on Western kind, Western civilization. The great news about yesterday, the thing that should absolutely fill you with excitement for white well-being, is that the anti-whites revealed something to us yesterday that we could have never found out on our own. We don't have the technology at our fingertips. We don't have the wealth at our fingertips. We don't have the social capital or the connections at our fingertips. They revealed something to us that we could have never discovered on our own. With their wealth, with their power, with their connections in government, with their anti-white stooges throughout the tech industry who were just anti-white at every level of those businesses, tapping down into the lives, into all of the lives of whites, not just in the United States, but all across the West, ladies and gentlemen. Because remember, they were talking not just about the United States, they were talking about the entire West, all of Western civilization. They tap down into all of your lives, and they see what you're looking at, and they know what you're doing, and they know with their predictive models what you're thinking and what you will be thinking tomorrow. And what did they reveal to us about that? They just revealed that tomorrow is ours. The white masses of millions across the West are turning to us. They're turning to white well-being. The anti-whites know it. They see it with all of their algorithms, with all of their programs, with all of their invasive programs, and all of their snooping and stooging into everything you look and buy and do and say and share. They know that you are not happy. They know that the millions of middle-class, working-class whites across the entire Western civilization are unhappy with a prospect of an anti-white, non-white Western civilization, and that they are beginning now to revoke their loyalty, to take that loyalty back from these entities, the governments, the churches, the universities, and that they are looking elsewhere for answers. They know way in advance that this is happening. They can see it. Their actuaries have plotted it. Today is not ours, but tomorrow is. Now I say at the end of this stream, as I said at the beginning, now is the time to redouble our efforts, to triple our efforts, to get to these people with this doctrine of white well-being, not another slogan of conservatism, not another pathetic ideology, or another new flag, or another new right this, or new right that, or alt-right this, not another campaign slogan, not another nothing that loses again and again. This curative contagion for white well-being, this is what the soil is written for. This is what will turn our people to our cause so that we can recapture our destiny. Let's be there for them. This is what the anti-whites revealed to us yesterday. It is not black pills, folks. It is white pills. It is a positivity. It is a rising dawn in the West. And I now take up the sword of this conflict. And I stride with purpose into that shining light of that Western sunrise, into a soil that grows richer by the minute, that is made clear to us with wealth and technology and invasion and privacy that the anti-whites have, and that they know and have affirmed for us yesterday in that committee hearing, that tomorrow belongs to us. Let's go free. When we recapture our destiny, sorry won't be good enough. Those individuals who stood out against the time, we look back and we're like, that is an extraordinary person. It takes an extraordinary constitution and character to be able to do that. And we have handfuls and handfuls of these people here in service to white well-being, each of them the equivalent of tens of thousands of audience members. How do we recapture our destiny? Forget about that. The question is, how do we put one foot in front of the other? That mountain peak of recapturing our destiny isn't going anywhere. We just need to walk toward it. We just need to head that direction. I will help us put one foot in front of the other. I'll need you to help us to put another foot in front of the other, and then you to help us put another foot in front of the other, and then you to help us. And by being active in this cause, by making a contribution, by doing a little thing every day or every other day or every 3 or 4 or 5 days, by doing something, you, instead of being depressed, you will be filled with energy. You will be filled with the ideas and the excitement
that things can be done. You can be a success. You can help us reach that hill, the top of that hill. You can help us surmount that mountain and recapture our destiny. The northern star, my friends, hangs right above that mountain top. And when we get there, it'll be in hand's grasp. We just have to take those steps. So let's take them together. Let's have those who are interested in helping me with this minutes segment. I have a lot of things going on right now, but I'll never stop taking on more to the cause of white well-being. This is my life. If you've read Born Guilty, you know where I come from. You know how this got started for me, and you know it is bone of my bone, marrow of my marrow, spirit of my spirit. There'll be nothing but love and service to white well-being in this body until the very last breath. And then if I'm able to serve after that, you damn well better see me do it. All right, Phoenix Fire, super chatting by way of the familiar alternative, $5. I hope this works here. Thank you very much, Dean, for the kind super chat. Bless you. Stiff salute from Ethiopian Healing, man. We love you. That is so epic. When I opened that, I was like, oh my God, this champion. 1,000.
Things are getting exciting. This is why the anti-whites are trying to shut us down. This is why they hate the process of going free.
There are participants in service to white well-being that are truly just in. They are in it to win. They are in this game. They want to be the hero in our story. They're writing themselves into our story, our book, as the most glorious of heroes. There'll be nothing but love and service to white well-being in this body until the very last breath. And then if I'm able to serve after that, you damn well better see me do it.
Tomorrow belongs to us. Let's go free.
We get the opportunity.
The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
I am so happy. It is Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Gathering, Church of the West, the Gathering of the Week. And we have some featured stories for you today. E-girl leadership and lots of drama. What's going on there? Does hate or love spur group defense? And that's going to operate as both a story and the go-free lesson of the day. Genes or environment? Sydney Sweeney on that and so much more. Your comments and questions. And then there's this. A reporter was visiting a small village in the mountains in another part of the world. The reporter asked an old man if he could share a happy story from his past so that he could write about it when he returned home. Joy washed over the old man's face, and he said that one of his goats had gotten lost in the mountains. As is custom in the village, all the men got drunk and went looking for the goat. And when they found it, every man took turns mating with it. The smile disappeared instantly on the reporter's face. Well, he said, do you have any other stories from your past that bring you great joy? Maybe one with a human component. The old man beamed and nodded vigorously. He told the reporter about a time the village men saved one of the village women. She had gotten lost in the mountains during winter, and the temperature was low enough to kill her in a single night. As is custom, the men in the village got drunk and trekked off into the snow to find her. And when they did, she was nearly frozen to death. So they took turns mating with her. The reporter blinked hard in shock. Okay, he said, why don't we take this another direction altogether? Tell me about a time that something awful happened. Maybe something that taught you a lesson. Horror crawled over the old man's face as his memory swept him back in time. After a few moments of silence, he shared that he had gotten lost in the mountains. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. Hey, you better, when you're in a particular type of village, you better make sure you don't get lost in the mountains. We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sunday, Church of the West, in service to white well-being. Hope you can hear me all just fine, as sometimes there are issues with the platform, not with yours truly, but it is glorious to see. If you would like to financially gift yours truly while we are here in today's gathering discussing many things to empower us as individual Westmen, men, women, and children, create a people out of our deracinated race, and thereby take back our destiny from the anti-whites. You can financially gift me by heading on over to Entropy, also known as the Dude Bro Moment platform. It is up and running. You can find it by rappelling down, and not into the mountains where that old man lived, but rappelling down into the description on YouTube. You'll find it there. You'll also find the app that permits the financial gifting of cash over there. You'll find Subscribe Star, but keeping my eyes on all three of those, as well as Premium Rumble, Odyssey, and D-Live, all of which are up and running right now. You can also head on over to knowwhyguilt.org, knowwhyguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab. You'll see all of these, as well as 5 cryptocurrency wallets. The way it works there, you'll send me about $1 worth of crypto. I'll acknowledge it the subsequent week so that we're sure we have a link, and then you can send whatever your financial gift will be. There is also a snail mail address, and you can write me there. You can financially gift me there as well. You'll also see over at knowwhyguilt.org the URL for the premier institution and service to white well-being, the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org, 501c3. Head on over there if you would like to support white positive advocacy around planet Earth. And if you would like that financial gift, those donated dollars to come to yours truly, rather, you will just add my name or No White Guilt or something of this nature. The guy in the red shirt, the dark red, maroon, and white tie. And the dollars will find their way to yours truly. And I deeply appreciate that. Never forget, especially if you are going to have corporate matching, the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. And we are here for you in service to white well-being for the benefit of all people across the West, as ending anti-whiteism benefits everyone. It's great to see everybody who are here today. What a glorious day. We're going to be talking right up front about Emily Saves America. At least we're going to focus in on her. There is a bit of this is these female leaders, content creators. They end up being leaders. You have Sarah Stock involved, Pearl Davis involved, Morgan Ariel involved, and many tens of thousands of goobers and losers across the interwebs, participating in a fruitless, feckless, meaningless debate. But we're going to bungee in to talk about what's important, and that is, of course, in part, the audience's desire to immediately elevate the dilettante, to immediately elevate that which and those which have no value whatsoever. An illness of the white race. And I see Tree Godfather is here. And I think I noticed that you read the crawler. Very few people actually read the crawler, but when they do, they get a laugh out of it. Wow, and thank you for that. Thank you for letting me know. I change it every so often. It's a hoot, as they used to say back in the day. Got to see Christopher over here. Hi, everyone. Much love on the live chat on X. Good to see you. There's Seamus McCarthy. The great Schlotz is in the house as well. Looking very presidential today. Great to see you at Vilification League. John says, I love it. By the way, the image for him was black and white. Well, that was a video, brother. Thank you for pointing that out. Because if it had been black and white and unintended, I would have been scrambling behind the scene to try to remedy the issue. You can write me and tag me over there on the live chat on X, and I'll look forward to seeing what you write over there. We want questions. We want comments. We want you to be friendly. We want you to, if you disagree, be friendly. Otherwise, let me know what you're thinking, and we will potentially put it up on the screen if it's written there on Twitter X. I'll be keeping an eye on the live chat on YouTube. You want to make sure that you flip it on over to live chat rather than top chat or whatever option YouTube might be giving you there. This will prevent some of the censorship. Flip it on over to live chat and then make sure it remains on live chat over the course of the gathering. If you are interested in clips of yours truly, there are some amazing mavens making clips of yours truly, make me look 10 times better than I actually am. You can head on down into the description on YouTube and you'll find their URLs. Did we find out can somebody tell me, Did we find out if Stumbling has clips on a YouTube page, or are Stumbling's clips only on X? If he has them on a YouTube page, then we should have the URL in the description below. Can we follow up with that? I would like to. Can somebody follow up with? I would like to follow up with that and find out to get it up there. You can also, if you listen to the music that we play here in service to white well-being, you're bound to be amazed as I make a little correction over here, a little digital correction, because I'm wearing all the hats, got a team, and they're all inside my head. And we are operating at full steam ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop us. And you can, I just actually, let me finish my thought about the music in these gatherings. It's like 99% music original to the participants in service to white well-being in this white positive community on this glorious day in the once great state of Virginia. You will also find many of their URLs, and I probably have some more I have to add. Follow up with me. Let me know if there's somebody that has made a bunch of music and I don't have it below. I want to make sure that we have everybody's URL, as many as possible, and have it below so that this glorious community, can come together at this gathering and say, I really like that song. Wonder where I could find it. You can drop down into the description on YouTube and you can find it and rock out to it on a daily basis. Remember, you need a band if you're going to have a revolution. And boy, we got lots of bands, lots of genre. It's an amazing thing what we're doing here. But we got some subject matter to get into, don't we? Have you heard the tea? The tea has spilled. The tea has spilled, ladies and gentlemen. There's spilled tea all over the place. And what happened was, do you remember Sarah Stock? You remember Sarah? She came out of nowhere and she got onto the casting list. She gave away some of the vernacular of these people with agents and groups behind them, these content creators now, the grassroots content creators, they're all gone. We're like all that's left. We're all that. Everybody else has a group of people behind them that serve as like their agents, and they serve to they're getting paid, and it's on and on, ladies and gentlemen. And they have the same vernacular that is used in the television and movie industry, things like casting list and things of this nature. And Sarah, she accidentally gave up some of that verbiage several months back when she got on Jubilee, and she was asked, how did you get on Jubilee? And she said, well, my agent got me on the casting list. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? This still looks like, you turn on YouTube, you turn on these different platforms, it still looks like it's organic. It still looks like it's people flicking on their video in their actual office or their bedroom or their den. It still looks like that, but it's not, and it hasn't been that way for a long time. You now have orchestrated resistance, folks. That is what's dominating everywhere you turn. Very few real organic content creators left. And so she was on immediately, what did she do? She sucked. She absolutely was garbage on Jubilee. She went out there and she's like, she is scared of foreigners. Do you remember this? And then all across, the bots went crazy. The simp army for yet another mid-female, attraction-wise, another mid-female rolls up with a conservative or nationalistic opinion, or she's going to do some sort of like stiff-armed thing. And then all of these, the tyranny of the tards, they all of a sudden, they well up and they're like, yes, follow. And then they're like, oh, I want to do something else with that hand. I've already clicked follow enough. I want to do something else with that. But follow. Got a follower immediately. Popularity goes through the stratosphere. Everybody immediately knows who this nothing is. This total dilettante. Shut up, Sarah Stock. Shut up. You don't have anything of value to say. This is a big problem in the white, I come out punching, especially, when we're talking about female. What was that guy, the black guy's name? Wasn't Mean Joe Green. I always think it's Mean Joe Green from the day. When you hit a man upside the head or woman, Jason's advocating hitting women. I knew that about him. What a POS he is. He was talking about beating women. Have you ever heard such a thing? As her husband hits her. So yes, shut up, Sarah Stock. Shut up all females practically. Very few should be speaking in a leadership guys mentality role, content creating, telling masses. I mean, give me a break. Get back in the kitchen. Honestly, this is ridiculous because females are not genetically equipped to be, this is my opinion. They're not genetically equipped to be leaders, but you know what they are genetically equipped to be is desirous of head pats. That's what they really want. They want hordes of people to show up and pat them on the head. So they end up doing and saying anything. And that's not too very different from the guys who are essentially females as well, doing the exact same type of behavior. But we have this phenomenon we're focusing in today, bungeeing in. We're screwing, pun intended, we are screwing the microscope in on the females. I bet you wondered where I was going to go with that. It's awful. It's just awful. It's like everything is ribbled with him. God, let's go listen to that female ribbled comedian. Shut up, you losers. Strychnine for you. So Sarah Stock becomes wildly popular, and we've been observing this again and again and again and again. These content creators who show up, and in particular, as we are focusing on the females today, who become leaders because of the number of opinions and minds that they sway as their audiences go through the stratosphere. Numerically, that is, not from calories. Some of them, though, from calories, I understand. Oh, yes, I got to say hi over there. Thank you, Slot, so I can say hi and people can tag me over there on my own channel on Rumble. It's a fascinating thing. You can't tag me unless I say hello. But nonetheless, so we are screwing in. What happened recently? Well, it's very fascinating. I mean, we've seen this with Southern. We've seen this with Goldie. We've seen this with so many of them over the years. They show up. They become massively influential. They merely repeat what some content creators say. They get a feel, and we're going to be talking about this more in a moment. They get a feel. They lick their finger, and they do this with the wind. And they're like, where are the most pats on the head? Where's the most attention or dollars? And then they pursue. And then like Lily Gaddis, they immediately, they're like a hound. Many of them are hounds. So it's like a hound dog. And they're like, get that hound, get that bloodhound on it. Get that blood like down south. Get out the bloodhounds. And they're like, boo! And that many of them, when they say hello, that's what it sounds like. Moo! And they take off after the popularity and the dollars. And it's really one of two directions, isn't it? It's toward the cuck audience, to appease the cuck audience, or it's to appease the schmuck audience. And they're like $3 whores, these females. What is their actual opinions? Who knows? Who actually knows? But who cares? They're just going to give the audience what the audience wants to hear. And then the audience is going to celebrate them to the stratosphere, make them influential. And we see them. They go by, audience count-wise, they go streaking by us. And thank God they're dressed. But they go streaking by us at like Mach 7 in the audience count. They go from 0 to hundreds of thousands, even millions of followers in the blink of an eye. That's not their fault. I mean, they're doing genetically what they're predisposed to do, to get pats on the head, to pursue the dollars. That's what they're doing. But The problem lies in the audience. The problem lies in the audience count. What can good people need to do? Good people do. We can't go out there, and boy, I wish we could, and go out there and take maybe a billy club and whack white people in the back of the head until we knock some sense into them. We can't do that, not yet. If I were in charge, things would change. We can't do that just yet. So what can we do? We have to, as a people, devalue audience count. We have to devalue audience count. Forever, since the dawn of the internet and people being able to be on and have an audience count, a little number on the screen, people have concluded value by way of that number. It's for them a shortcut, they think. I don't have to evaluate what's being said. I don't have to evaluate if there are successes, if it's logical, if it's reasonable. I don't have to evaluate how long has it been on the same course. I don't have to evaluate what are the stated A through Z steps to achieve this objective, and then are those objectives being achieved. I don't have to do any of that. I can just look at the audience count and determine whether or not there's value. We have to devalue audience count. In fact, the inverse is more true, more often true. The larger the audience, the less of value. In fact, the more destructive the information likely is to be. Never forget this. This needs to become perennial. It is a new truism of the ages that a larger audience counts almost universally means that what is shared is of little value and to varying degrees destructive. So we have a lot of these females, and I've noticed it's very curious lately. Over the past couple months, there must be something in the air, some effluvia floating through the air, because there are female content creators who didn't quite make it, or they're running out of steam. They weren't patted on the head enough. They weren't invited to Fox News enough. They weren't, whatever it is, or they're getting tired of carrying on a lie to appeal to right-wing guys, to appeal to ordinary, normal white guys, for example. They show up out of nowhere. Sometimes they have something interesting to say. I mean, you can think, for example, of Natalie Beisner. She's been a guest on here with us. She'll never come back because she's been hired by Fox. So she showed up and she was a leftist. She claimed to be a leftist who became a Trump supporter. She wasn't. We were able to speak with her prior to her getting big pats on the head. So she was like, shit, yeah, I'll come on with you, talk about these things. Yes, white positivity is fantastic, and arresting our victimization to the benefit of everyone is a great thing. Shit, yes, I'll show up. Well, immediately she goes from no attention to she's on Trace Gallagher almost nightly on, is that his name, on Fox, doing a good job over there, doing a good job. But that's another example of yet another female living her life. Look at the injustice, just by the by. Look at the injustice. And white females should really, these white female content creators, if they're legit, look at the injustice. I dedicated my life at 12 years of age, fought through the idiocy of the white sympathetic sphere to develop a practice that benefits white people. Every single time, testimonials in the literal hundreds that have been given on the internet over the years, thousands, a program that always works. And here come these white females, can live their life blithely, insouciantly, no interest whatsoever in politics, and or anti-white to varying degrees, Democrat voters, as you will see with Emily Saves America, suddenly see an opportunity with Emily Maybe a little bit different with Natalie Beisner. She sees the harm being done by leftist policies, taking her at her word, face value. And she says, this is no good anymore. And I'm going to speak out against it. There's something wrong with this. And that's what she did, taking her at her word, face value. It is incumbent upon white females to, as they blow by white guys who are fighting for our people, decade after decade, not bad-mouthing non-white groups, bad-mouthing non-white people on the basis of their birth, but fighting for the arresting of our victimization. It is incumbent upon them. I mean, the only thing that makes them legitimate is when they rocket by at Mach 7 to tell their audience, holy shit, this is something that works. This is something that's noble. You all should pay attention to that. I know you're not going to immediately click a follow because he doesn't have a pretty face and long, pretty hair and tits. I'm sorry. And knockers. But nonetheless, there's something of real value here. Not a single one. You know what? It makes me think as we get into Emily Saves America, who bamboozled the absolute totality of the right wing. Bamboozled it. As these women, I saw another one. What was her name? It's going to come back. Maybe I should look her up. Last week, before this little kerfuffle started, another Trump MAGA woman, blonde. Oh, it's the one who owned a salon down in Suffolk, Virginia, I think. And her salon was going out of business because of COVID. And they were shutting it down and she could not. So she decided she was going to get online. Her video, by the way, is still, many of these content creators, they pull down the video that they all make where they say, my God, I had no idea. I turned on the camera to say how pissed I was. And next thing I saw, I had 300,000 followers. They usually pull that video down. Hers is still up. Hers is still up. Where she said, I just wanted to complain about my business being shut down. The next thing I knew, I had 200,000 followers. And I was like, hey, now she's got millions. Not enough. She's now complaining about all the fake MAGA girls. And there are plenty of them. Oh boy, there are plenty of them. They're all showing up now since Sweeney has these great genes. It has given all of these skanks an opportunity to jump back on video and photographs to their 500,000, 700,000, 1.2 million followers across platforms, 2.8 million followers across platforms. And there they are showing the huge tracts of land off. And they're in the low cut this and the low cut that. And they got a tramp stamp and all of this going on the back. And they're showing off all their flesh. That's what it's all about. Massive followers, no direction to the things that actually benefit white people. Certainly those MAGA girls, they would say, go the other direction because they're cucks. But the other ones who acknowledge race, they need to be talking about, and they need to be talking about individuals, the communities like us. Emily Saves America is a great example. Emily Saves America came out of nowhere. She was another hardcore anti-white. And then she decided, well, she's going to get into this conservative grift. Now's the time. Years back, now she's going to get in. Now is the time. No followers, no interest in this female, nothing whatsoever. She is so pumped up, full of filler and makeup and everything else that you could put in, laser treatments and etc. It's hard to believe there's a human being underneath all of that. Finally, after all the fake up, she looks all right on video, about a mid, about probably a little bit below mid without all of the treatments and more filters in a Keurig. But she shows up out of nowhere and she's like, right-wing perspective, 500,000 followers for you. blows by, dust kicked up in the wake. And she's getting a little tired, though. She immediately upon showing up. I mean, this goes back so far. This kind of behavior in the right wing is garbage. I mean, it is pathetic garbage. A female show up and they are just falling just mid appearance. So she immediately was brought on several times and revisited several times for interviews with Emily. What is your opinion? We are all dying to know what you think. What are your most deepest thoughts, Emily Saves America? Newsmax. So Newsmax immediately, and of course, these are going to be the simping guys over there, the simping hosts, whatever that guy's name is, and producers and everything else. Immediately brought on Fox News. Immediately brought on Fox News. This is your right wing. This is the cucks, of course. She's been on Jesse Waters in the teens numbers of times. She too has been on with Trace Gallagher. She also has appeared with Greg Gutfeld on his show, his late night show. She's been on with several times Piers Morgan. She has photographs of herself with RFK, Vivek Ramaswamy. Do you remember the black homosexual who was also a leftist and then suddenly was recruited? Which absolutely inept cuck institution hired this guy? DeRousseau, his name. She's appeared with pictures with him. She has appeared with pictures with Charlie Kirk. Elon freaking Musk has retweeted this lying skank. I can smell her from here, and she's in California. She was interviewed all about her life with Jesse Lee Peterson. He had to have her on. Won't talk to me, that anti-white, old, black-ass piece of shit. Won't talk to me. You and everybody that works with you. Won't talk. We'll talk to Richard Spencer. We'll talk to everybody else under the sun who ostensibly, and they don't actually even care about the white race. He makes his money off white people, well, the both of them, but Jesse Lee Peterson making all his money off white people won't have an actual advocate on, but we'll have Emily Saves America. What are your deepest thoughts, Emily? What do you think about white people? Emily Saves America. What do you think about the white people? So her white ass showed up there to sit with his black ass over there on Jesse Lee Peterson. Maybe he feels that he's just too attracted to me and he won't be able to keep his hands off me during the interview. Maybe that's the problem. I mean, I could sympathize with that. I could sympathize with that, brother. So let's do this. We're going to have a quick look at Emily and her Instagram. We'll start with that. And we'll show you. Look at this skank. You'll realize I've mentioned her before. But you'll realize how much of a grifter she and virtually hyperbole is warranted. Every other female as much a grifter. It's fake as shit. It is absolutely fake. Look at, she's covered in this. Look at her here. Oh, make America great again. Trump, Trump. Look at her here with the Donald Trump hat and the signature on it. We could roll through this. It's just item after item. I guess it's not going to load. It's item after item of her on with news celebrities. She's been on, it feels like countless, absolutely countless appearances with content creators who just couldn't get enough of this anti-white skank, faked up. By the way, she said that she, at one point when she was in the mid of the grifting, she said, I've never used any plastic surgery, filler, etc. And then somebody went to an older video when she was first getting started, and she's like, yeah, I got 35 vials in this eye and 42 vials in this eye and 14 vials over here, and just on and on. Totally faked up. Here's the issue. Sarah Stock got engaged, and she got a ring, and she wanted to show it off to the internet because views, because content. Sarah Stock wrote, I won. Okay, why do you have to show us? Why do you got to tell us? Go live your life. Get out of social media. Stop being a content creator and leading opinions on the right. Certainly, when you are leading them into abject cuckery, stupidity. So Emily Saves America decides that she's going to chime in. And she says, the ring size and a skull. Well, everybody, of course, has gone off on this conversation about, oh, does the ring size matter? Who cares? That's my opinion. Who cares? Just get lost. We don't want to hear your so-called original thoughts that are just stolen from male content creators who will never have your audience size and whom you will never cite. We don't need to hear from you. Trust me. You're total mid. Take your ring in your marriage. Focus on your family. Get lost. Emily Saves America is not only is she anti-white and a grifter, and why is she a grifter? For the pats on the head, because she don't need the money. She's filthy rich. She is filthy rich. Who knows what mommy and daddy do? But she's filthy rich. So she is just there for the adulation. She's just there as a pick-me for audience size. So she's getting tired of the conservative grift, and she decided to attack Emily because the ring is too small. Well, here you have another female who would never speak to us here, Pearl Davis, engaged, of course, everyone knows, in sexual relationships with black males. She'll have Fuentes on. She'll have just about everybody else on, but not somebody who actually cares about the white race. Doesn't want a remedy, do you, Pearl, when you're choking one down? You know what I mean? She doesn't want a remedy. So she has to chime in, make herself relevant. So you got three e-whores. This is the leadership of the right wing. Three combined, they have many, many millions of followers. So she chimes in. Hottest right-wing e-girl taken off of the market. Hottest? No. Total mid. She says, conservative women will always use their marriage and family to build their brand. Okay, so she is going after the building of the brand there with all of the whores, the e-whores going at each other. You got a three-way here, and it's not the way you want to see it. Emily has to respond because Morgan, a real nasty whore from Fuentes community. You really got to be screwed up when you are a female in the Fuentes community. And she chimes in, going after Emily, and says, you give it up for free, ho. Might want to sit this one out. That's what the skank Morgan Ariel decides she's going to add in. So Emily decides to punch back. And by the way, all of these so appropriate for this guy, Brian Atlas, to say, if women ran things, there would be no more war. What a joke. Everybody would be dead. Of course, nobody remembers Rama Bologna the Cruel, the most murderous leader of all human history. But here we have Emily decides to fight back. She says, Morgan, Your baby daddy abandoned you. You're raising a bastard child. Can we not just get them into some sort of arena to fight to the death? Wouldn't that be better? But yet, somehow, some way, you think you're better than me or anyone on this app. You gave it up for free, got left in the dust, and now post rage bait on X to supplement the inadequacy of your monthly child support payments. It's not over with that. We have them both coming back in, fighting. Pearl Davis says, Morgan, you are a single mother with a public video admitting you have a sexually transmitted disease. You may want to sit this one out too. Morgan punches back, you suck, whatever, and probably have AIDS. This is the charming fight. None of that is true, Emily, Morgan fires back at Emily Saves America. But unlike you, I don't lie. So here are some facts. You got something in the middle of a hotel lobby at TPUSA event while everybody watched, and there were even families around. Well, I mean, Emily Saves America isn't going to tolerate that. So she has to punch back with a video.
All right. I'm sorry, but the amount of little fucking 19-year-old white boys in MAGA hats who love to send me messages about how I need to find God and I'm a
Okay, so did I tell you all from the very beginning? Anti-white pig here, who has made money. She's super popular, been all over the. I could be in service to white well-being 5,000 years, and wouldn't get this much attention, popularity, interest in what I have to share, income from this. And here she says, the little effing white boys that are complaining about her now. Let's see if it will play or not.
Why don't you fucking worry about yourself, okay? I'm fucking vibing. I'm crushing it. I'm having fun. I'm the life of the fucking party. Something you'll never be. You live in a fucking flyover state. You have little dick energy. You're probably a fucking virgin. So why don't you just focus on you, whatever the fuck makes you happy, and I will keep going nightclubs, partying, and doing drugs, because that's what makes me happy. And you know what? I would and yeah, lastly, I would fuck your dad, but he doesn't make enough money.
So that is your conservative content creator that millions of you have turned out. Big producers, Newsmax, Fox, hundreds of right-wing content creators begged for interviews and she gave them. This is the right wing. This is what it's composed of. People like Emily Saves America, Morgan Ariel, Pearl Davis, the fake Sarah Stock, Nick Fuentes, and everybody who pledges loyalty to him is essentially Fuentes. This is the right wing. No wonder things are going so well across the West.
Sorry, but the amount of little fucking 19-year-old white boys in MAGA hats who love to send me messages about how I need to find God and I'm a fucking degenerate and all this shit. Why don't you fucking worry about yourself, okay? I'm fucking vibing. I'm crushing it. I'm having fun. I'm the life of the fucking party. Something you'll never be. You live in a fucking flyover state.
Just let this settle on you, the reality of this. For years, she has been, and make no mistake, every other so-called leader, content creator on the right has this in their minds, has this in their background, has this in their closet. She's just blowing up over this row with these other e-sluts, and she's coming clean with what she really feels on the inside. So let this settle in, that this is what everybody is following. This is what the millions are showing up for.
You have little dick energy. You're probably a fucking virgin. So why don't you just focus on you, whatever the fuck makes you happy, and I will keep going nightclubs, partying, and doing drugs, because that's what makes me happy. And you know what? I would and yeah, lastly, I would fuck your dad, but he doesn't make enough money. So
absolute garbage. And so that is the tea today. That's the tea today. So we'll head into some quick news and then get into our actual items of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
A Malindi court has sentenced a man to 10 years in prison for defiling a goat. Interestingly, during the sentencing, the goat that was defiled was present in the courtroom. Here's the story.
It is in rare occasions that an animal is presented in court as evidence for a case. But in Malindi, a she-goat, the said victim of bestiality, was present, watching quietly as her alleged assailant was sentenced. Kita Ogona, a middle-aged man, got 10 years behind bars to ruminate on the sins which he admitted committing with the she-goat.
Anti-whiteism has become disturbingly widespread and normalized, and white people are constantly said to be keeping down minorities because of white privilege and systemic racism, despite white people actually being a minority in the world.
Yes, indeed.
Anti-whiteism has become...
Walking home alone at night in New York City, and it is terrifying for me. Imagine how scary it must be for the woman that I'm following. Walking home alone at night in New York City.
I broke up with my boyfriend, someone I love, someone I have known for over 10 years, because he didn't stand up to misogynistic young men when he...
Oh, he didn't stand up to the misogynistic, so anti-white pig right here.
Given the opportunity. We had just finished watching Adolescence, a miniseries on Netflix that essentially talks about how boys are being more and more...
Remember, we talked about Adolescence and how that series and how anti-white it was.
Radicalized online.
So I want you to note that she watched this series. These are the kind of things that I paid attention to since I was 11 years of age. She watched fiction and then decided that was reality and that they had to then go out and live the fiction in the real world. Pay attention to how the human animal operates. That's how we've created a practice that works.
Parents aren't paying attention, and how it's really up to men to help solve this problem because they're surely not going to listen to us. So we were walking to the farmer's market, and right behind us were two boys, probably 13 or 14 years old, and they were saying things like, Trump is the best, what has he ever done? He has more followers online, I don't get why no one would like him. And I was seething because my 6'4", handsome, white privileged boyfriend wasn't saying...
White privileged boyfriend. 6'4". He was probably one of those like beanstalk. He probably 6'4", 100 pounds.
Anything.
And pretty face.
So finally I stop, I turn around and I get right in their face. And I said, he's a fucking rapist.
Okay, so this adult woman got in the face of two little boys, two little white boys. She got in their face and screamed at them. This is the energy that we need, folks, when it comes to defending our people.
He's a certified fucking rapist. And they go white in the face.
They're terrified, of course, because some crazy woman screaming at them. But watch, the boys get the final laugh.
Boyfriend, still just standing there, not saying anything. Once the boys get their bearings, they say something like, Trump is my daddy. Trump is your daddy.
Yeah, Trump's your daddy, bitch.
And I was furious. I had a full-blown crash out. I took my full morning latte and I smashed it on the ground and I grunted and yelled.
W for the boys. W for the white boys in the chat. W for the boys. She smashed her full venti latte on the ground. Look at her face right there. She's probably on the verge of converting and becoming a content creator like Emily Saves America, about as legitimate as a Times Square Rolex.
And walked away, and he's like, what's the matter? You're the matter. Not even the boys so much. Him, because he had an opportunity to stand up against misogyny, and he fucking didn't.
Trump's your daddy, bitch. Trump's your daddy. W for the white boys. This girl, she's going to work on the drink until she's attractive promotion now that she's lost her boyfriend. How about this? Kitchen of Tomorrow in the 1950s. Oh boy, if we had only remained a white country.
This is the Kitchen of Tomorrow, a press button dream coming true for Mrs. Housewife. All sorts of wonders are hers at the push of a...
Look at how happy these women are in the kitchen.
Button, from refrigerator doors to countertops.
Can you believe that the descendants of these people, the males who were sitting in like the study, and they had like book out of some philosopher and and another book open of a military strategist, and maybe they had a carburetor that they had taken apart and they were working on, and they were holding an M1 and they were showing it to the neighbor man in the study, and the women were there in the kitchen, and now their descendants, the boys that came from those guys, are now worshiping the females who are standing on top of, I don't know, I guess the countertops now, in the form of Sarah Stock, Morgan Ariel, Pearl Davis, Emily Saves America. Sluts!
For big
Trump's your daddy, bitches.
gals or little gals. Don't have to lean over here, you see? What's for dinner? Consult the menus on pictures and dish up something new for a change. Hummingbird wings on toast, maybe. And look where the toaster is. A wave of the hand and presto, down comes a hidden cabinet with the dishes. Mama will feel like a fairy princess with a magic wand in a place like this.
Wow, awesome. Somali couple with 15 kids receives 2 houses from municipality. This is a real headline. Ava Valdingerbroek tweets, immigrants get priority housing, whilst Dutch people, on average, have to wait over 10 years to qualify. That's anti-whiteism. Hey, Ava, you're another one of the females skyrocketing to the top because you're a female and you're moderately attractive. If you want to do some good, invite me to a conversation with you. How about this? Jen here is going to be the first female umpire in Major League Baseball. The Cucks are even celebrating this. You know, the problem is that she's not going to be able to call balls and strikes. Every pitch that's thrown, she's going to say, if you don't already know, I'm not going to tell you. Female teacher reveals sad reason why she had a sexual relationship with a 15-year-old student. How do you like that? The child rapist had a sad reason for raping the child that this outfit is going to call a sexual relationship, only when it's a female abuser. If you're thinking about her all the time, she's probably a witch. A lot of truth to that. Cincinnati viral beating suspects face new charges. So you mean the anti-white lynching suspects face new charges in grand jury indictment. But what do you expect from a cuck like Cat Turd?
I think the reason we haven't found Bigfoot is because women have not been looking for him. Think about it. They discovered the gender pay gap and the fact that guns have more rights than their bodies. See, they're experts at finding that's not real. The downside is that Bigfoot doesn't have a job. So if they find one, they will get pregnant by it.
Flex on your wife, it's sounded by Smerge.
All right, Laura Ingram, guess what? The story has changed now with old Holly from Cincinnati Holly. It went from her being the only person that mattered who was beaten to death to the obvious problem that you have the guys who were beaten repeatedly to the point of the one saying, yelling out, please, dear God, save me, as these anti-white terrorists were lynching him in this anti-white lynching. So the narrative had to change a little bit. Now, Holly is the savior of these guys. So it went from Holly is the only victim. And of course, we do feel for Holly and the harm that was inflicted on her by these anti-white bastards. But when it comes to the cucks, white guys don't matter at all. So even though there were white guys being beaten into the ground, one so badly that he cried out to God for help, they're still like, let's not talk to them. Let's change the narrative to Holly being the hero. So now Cincinnati Holly is now Cincinnati Hero Holly. That's how the cucks run it.
This woman from Houston PD gets really emotional and pulls her gun off duty.
Brenda, so you gonna play with me? Give me the motherfucking phone right there.
Put that motherfucking phone down here. Get it out right here. That's what we do down here in the ghetto. Put that phone up. He was dating this thing's sister. Can you believe this? Oh my Lord. Could you imagine being in a house like this? Not for 2 seconds. One of us would be dead and I would be the one alive. And she's a police officer. She decided to pull him over with her expensive BMW in uniform, it appears, and pull her service weapon on him.
Yeah, man. So you gonna shoot me over there? Over your sister hitting me in my face? Fuck like me. You sorry.
We gonna lock your ass up. South Africation. We in South Africa now, goddammit. We in South Africa, Whitey. Another female raping children. Allie Bardfield pleads guilty to having sex to raping a 13-year-old student.
You are not going to believe this. Hiking and even just walking into the woods is now illegal in Nova Scotia.
Stay out of the woods. We are
Stay out of the woods.
restricting travel and activities that really aren't necessary. Hiking, camping, fishing, and the use of vehicles in the woods are not permitted. Trail systems through woods are off limits.
Fishing, hunting, camping, driving, and again, just walking into the wild is now a crime, subject to a $25,000 penalty.
The fine for violating any of these bans, $25,000.
And get this, even people with property in these areas are no longer allowed to explore them.
If you have a home or cottage surrounded by a wooded area, we strongly encourage you to stay out of those woods. Don't.
I don't know what he just said there. To stay out of those woods? I'm going to go right in because I have no idea what the hell oot means. Big L for Judge Boasberg today. Big L's. Look at this. Big win for the Trump admin. The deportation will continue. In all 50 states of the United States, boys are forced to pay child support to their rapists. In all 50 states, boys are forced to pay child support to their rapists should their rapists become pregnant when they rape them. Or the boys, young men, whatever, go to prison. Watching an adult scene with your dad. We all can remember, you're whatever age, and then you're watching a movie with your parents. Maybe it's an R movie, and then the people start making out, or they're in bed and they're simulating sex, and you get all uncomfortable. You're like, what the hell? This is kind of like that.
We could put something else on. Now, son, there's nothing wrong with what's happening on screen right now. I feel pretty uncomfortable. It's perfectly natural. When a grown man loves a grown woman, sometimes the man will take I understand how it works. I would just love if we could watch, anything else. I get that this is uncomfortable. I do. I get that. I mean, I'm your dad. Yeah. But your mother and I worked very hard on this video, and we'd appreciate your support. That's what we're going to need you to...
Oh, my God, gross. How about this? Female... Almost done with the quick news. She's getting real tough because the guy driving this car is a little bit, he's a little bit light. It may be a little, not very much testosterone. So maybe she's got a little bit more than normal. Maybe she's anti-white. I don't know, but she thinks she's going to take him on. True to form for females, though.
Fuck you, dog.
You're the one swerving. I was just following you.
I'm the one swerving?
Oh,
I'm the one fucking swerving?
Yeah, it was actually...
Dumb bitch. Oh, crushed. Oh, crushed there. She doesn't appear. She's not screaming or anything, but oh boy. Smushed between her car door and the other vehicle. You got to love that. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, a phone call to a masseuse.
Hello, Melinda here.
Yeah, Mara, you are the masseuse?
That's me.
Mara, I need to come and see you, right? Because I have sustained a breakdancing injury.
A breakdancing injury?
Yeah, Mara, I was too ambitious with a maneuver. All right, mate?
Right.
And I have strained a muscle, mate.
Well, that is no good. I won't be able to help you today, though. I could help you possibly tomorrow, though.
All right, mate, I come in because I think I've damaged one of my perfectly formed, sculpted, toned, and tanned calf muscles.
Perfectly formed, sculpted, toned, and tanned calf muscle. He's injured.
All right?
Right.
Now you can work on that.
Yep, sure.
All right, mate. No matter, there's a bit.
When did you actually sustain this injury?
No matter was yesterday, right?
Okay.
I was on my mat in front of the mirror, doing Don't laugh, my friend, please.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I was.
I'm sorry.
I was doing an electric boogaloo.
All right, that's enough of the. Okay. That's enough of the quick news. We got some great news coming up. We got the great Shannon Oliver from this community shared a video by Wyatt Stagg. And it's very interesting. He was reviewing 28 Days Later. And it's fascinating. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about love and hate, what engenders a group defense, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Sydney Sweeney. Is it genes? Is it your environment? Something to talk about, something interesting there. Epic tune, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate the great Anglo-Saxon NWG. Westman, hold on. Epic. I love the guitar on that. Let's get into Shannon Oliver sent me a video of a guy called Wyatt Stagg on YouTube. And he said, hey, this guy might be really worth looking at. He is doing reviews of movies. And Shannon said to me, he kind of reminds me of what Blackpilled could or should have been. And I concur. After watching the video, 99% of it, I thought, yeah, I like his breakdown here. As you all know, I detest this pinky in the air movie reviews where they take the fiction and they non-fictionalize it. They talk about it as though it's real. I hate that. That is, not only is that a perfect waste of time, but that is detrimental in the extreme. I mean, just imagine that what we know here in service to white well-being, the power of fiction over our lives. Subconscious mind controls 95 to 99% of our lives. The subconscious mind consumes the fiction, doesn't know that it's not real, can't know that it's not real, no matter how many times consciously you say it, can't know. And then we live our lives according to that fiction. This is the psychological warfare that controls the human animal, controls the world. And it's so powerful because of the hubris of mankind and its conscious mind that believes that it can override, that it cannot be tricked, that it can just say it's not real, and then it's not real for them. To then take fiction and talk about it as though it's real, to non-fictionalize it, to talk about the motives of characters in a movie, that is, or a book, or etc., that is beyond a waste of time. It is extremely harmful. You should never participate in that. Wyatt does not do that in his review of 28 Days. Thank the good Lord. Instead, he talks about what the filmmakers are doing with this narrative. He talks about how it's anti-white. Very happy to hear anti-white in there. And he takes every element throughout the movie, exactly like we do in the past when we have broken them down, and we talk about and what we teach you on how to when you watch, what to do when you watch or imbibe entertainment at all, how to evaluate it, how to consciously be engaged the entire time. This is how they're trying to manipulate me. By the way, when you are interrupting the fiction, it makes it harder for the fiction to be received by the subconscious mind as reality, because you keep interrupting it. And the real world can't be interrupted. So the subconscious, that's how you get the subconscious mind out of perceiving that it's reality. You're being an active participant. So he's going through, and I'm going to show you a little clip of one of his conclusions that I concurred with robustly. But then he gets into the very final seconds, literally, of this video, which is 22 minutes, 48 seconds long, looks like. And he gets into the final seconds, and he takes this U-turn. He takes this turn into left field. He takes this turn into oblivion. He takes this turn into an admonition of what we have to do, how we have to behave if the reality of our victimization is going to change. And I could not disagree with him more in that. And so that's what I wanted to talk about. It's a big problem in the white sympathetic sphere, especially the explicit white sympathetic sphere, because you get nothing positive out of hate. Nothing. And yet this is an endless argument that I've had over the years in this sphere. 30 years of absolute tyranny of the tards, claiming that you have to hate. You have to hate. That's what does it. Well, it's been 30 years. It hasn't done it. And it didn't do it before then either. And there isn't a case in history where it's ever done it. Let's take a look at a part of this breakdown on 28 Days Later and White Rage by Wyatt Stagg.
This, then, is the real meaning of 28 Days Later. The white race is a destructive force proliferating itself through consumption, violence, and reproduction. This force has been in the modern world contained through a state and media program of psychological confinement and conditioning designed to pacify and ultimately rehabilitate it, which, though appearing inhumane, is in fact justified and necessary. At any time, however, human actions could cause it to be unleashed upon the world, with existential consequences for mankind. The only cure for this racial sickness and the threat it poses to human posterity is the eradication of its carriers, through violence or through racial mixing. Only those whites who have accepted hybridization with the racial other will survive, and their non-white offspring will inherit a new England and a new Western world.
All right, so as you can see, that's a splendid conclusion. We're about just beyond halfway through about what this 28 Days Later movie is really all about. He's not talking about the character's emotions and why the character was hurt or how the character was hurt in the past, and that's why the character is doing this now and what the character might be thinking. Instead, he's talking about how anti-white the messaging is, how it's manipulating the audience in subtle ways. And I concur with that conclusion about I've never seen this movie, but I concur with him with that conclusion. However, we get here to the end of this breakdown, and I could not disagree more.
If they are to live, a people must have the will to fight and the will to hate. If they are to live, a people must have the will to fight and the will to hate. If they are to live, a people must have the will to fight and the will to hate. This is the incontrovertible truth of life in this world, made hideous in our eyes because it is viewed through the clouded lens of a false morality that condemns as evil the demands that survival makes of us and the very instincts that empower us to meet them. For as long as we despise those instincts, whether they reveal themselves in hatred or in prejudice or in anger, we despise an inalienable part of our own being, and this reviled inner nature will appear in our eyes as a monster to wreak a vengeance upon us. But if we embrace it without judgment or reproof, the veil will be lifted, and it will show itself as a friend once more.
100% wrong. 100%. Do not heed that admonition. 100% wrong. Let's talk about this. I mean, in there at the end, saying whether it's hate, whether it's prejudice. What does prejudice mean today to our brothers and sisters? Anger. Now, we're getting into something a little different with anger, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. But shockingly, this individual who's throughout the totality of this review, making a splendid review that you just don't see anywhere else, comes to a conclusion that I firmly disagree with. So let's talk about, he calls for a will to hate. Or do white people, when you are in the white sympathetic sphere, is there any paucity of hatred? I mean, honestly, if there's any emotion at conferences and at barbecues, and there's any emotion that is more present, it's hatred. That's the most present emotion at your typical white sympathetic. That's the reality. It's not a lack of hatred. But let's get into this. What is hate? Well, the definition that matters is the definition that's in the heads of our brothers and sisters. Why does it matter there? Because those are the people that we have to persuade, our white brothers and sisters, to come over and object to, do combat with, contend with anti-whiteism. So the definition of things, the functional definition in their heads, is what matters to us. So for them, hate, is a meme pathogen that they've learned over the course of their lives, that their subconscious mind has been intimately in countless iterations with non-white people or other groups, privileged groups, such as people who think that they're a different sex than they are, or what have you, or maybe a different religion or odd religion, being persecuted. And our brothers and sisters have been there with them. They know it's real. It happens in the world, even though they have no actual real world experience with it. This is the way of the psychological warfare. So it's a meme pathogen. And what does hate mean? It means whites thinking ill of non-whites, wanting ill, inflicting ill on innocent non-whites on the basis of their birth. That's what hatred is. In the minds, the functional definition, in the minds of our brothers and sisters. That's what we have to work with. So number one, going to our brothers and sisters and saying to them, you have to embrace hate, is such a non-starter. It's worse. It's a going backwarder. You go backwards if you go to our brothers and sisters and say, you've got to embrace the hate. It's perfectly asinine. And I'm not saying, just to be very clear here, that Wyatt was saying that you should approach white brothers and sisters, or you should give speeches telling people whites are brothers and sisters, that you should embrace the hate. You know, he makes a 30-minute long review, and there are a lot of puissant bits along the way. He gets to the very end. Maybe he's just tired. Maybe he just wants to finish the video and push it. I don't know. I'm just going to make my case about the asininity of the argument. Embrace hate. Embrace prejudice. What does hatred mean? So you can see the folly. You could really be a midget wit, and you would see the folly of going to our white brothers and sisters and telling them directly, or trying to put sugar on it, that they need to embrace the hate. What about the dictionary definition? In the dictionary, hatred is defined as intense or passionate dislike. What do you notice about that definition? Intense or passionate dislike. What do you notice? There's no action. Hating, then, is a thing in and of itself. It is its own act. There's nothing that follows. Hatred is intense or passionate dislike, as defined by the dictionary. So you're going to have the denotative definition, and then you could call it the connotative definition, everything that is wrapped around this concept, everything that's wrapped around it happens to be anti-white, anti-whiteism, the attendant emotions as well, about what you're supposed to feel for somebody who is a hater, what you feel for somebody who is the kind of person who combats hate, right? So you have the denotative, you have the connotative, interestingly enough, and you'll see how this works its way in. Let's take a look at the definition of the word anger. Anger is a strong feeling of annoyance or displeasure. So far, there's no action, just like the word hate. But then it also says here, hostility. So anger is not just a position like hate is, but it is a moment. You don't feel anger incessantly. Anger is a moment. It's an action in a moment. Let me ask you then, do you have to think about all the things you don't like about an anti-white in order to prevent or avenge the victimization of our loved ones? Do you? If an anti-white is going to harm your child, your grandchild, niece or nephew, do you need to think about how you don't like their smell if it's an anti-white, non-white? You don't like their hair texture if it's a non-white, anti-white. Do you need to think about that? Or are you able to just defend? Do you need to think about how much you dislike that their crime rates are high? Do you need to think about how you don't like that they stick together? Do you need to do any of that to protect your loved ones from them? No. Hate is inaction. Love is action. Another example is, how quickly would you move into the life of a loved one who was getting into drugs? Say fentanyl. Say anything that's going to wreck them really quickly. How quickly would you get into their lives to prevent them from being victimized? Why would you do that? Because you love them. What do you do about, let's say it's a black guy on a street corner somewhere in the city you live selling that drug? Nothing. You do nothing. Because it's love that motivates action. Hatred is an act in itself. It motivates nothing. The reason you don't act in our defense is not because you don't hate, it's because you don't love. Here's a great example. All of the white girls who were gang raped by the anti-white rape gangs in the militaristic anti-white rape gangs. How did they all succumb to this? How were they all raped? How did this go on for decades? You want to blame the government. You want to blame, I don't know, Jews. You want to blame the leftist parties. You want to blame because you don't want to take responsibility. Fundamentally, how did this happen? Because for every white girl abducted and introduced to drugs and drink and then raped and gang raped and repeatedly suffering these victimization, how many white guys cared? Maybe the dad. Surely the father cared. Maybe there was an uncle or two because that was their niece. I mean, we're up to 3 guys now. In most cases, it's one guy. It's the dad. What if the white race saw itself as a people, and therefore the white little girls were all of their daughters? It would have been one white girl raped. And that would have been the end of it. Because every white man feeling love for his people, and therefore the daughters of the West, would have moved to prevent such a thing from ever happening again by whatever means. And we'll be talking about the means in a moment. That's a hard pill for the white race to swallow. It's not the fault of the Arabs, the anti-white Arabs, or the anti-white Asians, as they're called over there. It's not the fault of the government. It's not the fault of the environment. It's not the fault of the economy. It's the white race's fault. Little white girl after little white girl succumbing to this disease that's allowed to rot because of the white race, one after the other, with only one white guy, her father, to complain about it. Then you have these clowns that step forward and say, well, her dad was mad and he went to their house and they arrested him. Can you believe how bad this is? Yeah, the thing that's bad is that it was just her dad. If we had a people born out of love, that's how you have it, it would have been one white girl victimized. Maybe not even one. But if one, that would have been the end of it. If the white race were unified in love as a people, with every white guy loving every white child, because they are ours, they belong to our people, then I think these communities coming in, will they be even allowed to come in such an environment? But if they did, how would they look upon the children of a group of people who value them as themselves? The totality of the group. Whose fault is this? It's the white race's fault. What remedies it? Love. How much hate has there been for the Asians or the Arabs or the Indians? How much hatred has there been? Why didn't that fix it? It's important to say, as we're moving through this, that this is not just semantics. This is not just a matter of, well, you hate that which harms what you love. That's not even accurate. You don't idly sit by in an act in and of itself for that which victimizes what you love. If you love it, you act. And when you act, you might be angry, but you never tend toward the inaction of hatred. This is an extremely important differentiation. Here are the errors that you really have to pay attention to. And there are several in this. The notion that you justify or instigate the defense of our people with hate. That's the first error. The reality is you justify and instigate group defense with love, as I just demonstrated with the UK example. Hate, feelings of ill will for the thing you don't like, again, is the action in and of itself. While love to protect that which you love moves you to action to thwart that harm. Do you see the difference? Another important fundamental error is made in observation versus instigation. Hate is seen as mad, gritted teeth, and an angry face. Love is seen as baby kisses and a happy face. When a person physically fights, and there's another error in the physically fights part of this that is so fundamental, quintessential to the inaction of the white race, and we'll get to it in a minute. But when a person physically fights someone, there are more superficial, observable similarities to hate, gritted teeth, an angry face. Then there are similarities to love. And so the average or midget wit incorrectly thinks that hate is the precursor to group defense. But the reality is there is never more instigation to extreme group defense than love. Think for a moment only of a mother grizzly bear. Does the mother grizzly wander through life hating humanity? No. She acts with anger a moment out of love to protect her cubs, with a ferocity that drives her even to combat male grizzlies that can be, in some cases, as much as 2/3 their size. With such ferocity, driving off the male, 2/3 her size, that could kill her easily. That's love. Another error is thinking that defending our people and our expressions is physical violence, or is even always physical violence. In a civilized world, there are countless tools for defending what you love, and love will motivate you to use those tools. Physical violence is prohibited. It's shunned. It's illegal in a civilized society. Everyone embracing hate so as to exercise physical violence, and we just pointed out that even that's erroneous. Hate does not lead necessarily to great acts of physical violence. Everyone embracing hate so as to exercise physical violence in the defense of our group has to wait for societal collapse. They can't exercise, and as I say these things, You know, you're thinking that you've had these conversations where you're going to have these epiphanic moments about those conversations in memory, where you're thinking, yeah, that's exactly what those guys were saying. Yes, they erroneously conclude that hate necessarily leads to physical violence, or physical, maybe it's also better to say a self-sacrificing physical violence. Because to commit an act of physical violence where you're likely to get away with it because you're always slapped on the wrist, a la the anti-white terrorist who punched Holly in the face. He hates the white race. He's likely to get away with the physical violence. That's very different from an act of physical violence that might end your life. You should be able to see the difference. But even there, this erroneous notion that hatred leads to great acts of physical violence, self-sacrifice in the form of physical violence, is still something that has to wait until we've lost everything. It's still something that has to wait until our society has completely collapsed before you can finally do something. Meanwhile, there are countless tools we've demonstrated with our practice that you can use in the schools right now, in the boardroom right now, in the factory, in the shop right now to arrest our victimization. Countless tools that are ignored in this vain, erroneous, specious notion that at some point in the future, when you've hated long enough and you embrace the hatred inside of you, when our society has collapsed and all of our children are being raped, then you're going to be out there and physically violent. These are the notions of absolute rejects, of midget-witted tards, ladies and gentlemen, who in their superior numbers to those with higher intelligence push you around on the internet and determine the course of what's going to be popular because you won't push back. The time to act, to recapture our destiny, is now with the tools in our civilized society. We have proven these tools work. There are countless examples of such tools. No one is going to do anything when society collapses. You all will be at the breadline begging, and most of you will be dead because you won't be able to get your medicine. Another error is taken from the behavior of governments when they dehumanize other populations. Thinking that the dehumanization through hate and hatred is necessary to instigate self or group defense. Dehumanization is apples and oranges when we're talking about a government doing it and you and I doing it. Dehumanization is used by a country's leaders to legitimize harming another population. You don't need legitimization through dehumanization by way of hatred to defend our people. Do you understand, tards? The difference here, when the government does it, is that the dehumanization is part of a wider effort that incorporates legal punishments for refusal or reluctance to harm the other population. As it is officially the dehumanization, the harming of the other population, as it is officially sanctioned or permitted by the government, the anti-white oligarchs, whatever it is, it satisfies the all-important need of the white race for order, and is therefore received in a more favorable light. When you approach a brother or sister and you say, we need to hate this other group to dehumanize them so that we can physically harm them. Look at all of the errors. Every single fucking thought is erroneous. Every one is wrong. Think about that. But when you go, just to make my point there, when you go to a brother or sister and you say something this stupid, you don't come with the presence of societal order, which a white person feels is harmony with our biospirit. You show up with disorder. You show up wanting to break the order. And our brothers and sisters instinctively reject that. So it's apples and oranges to say the state dehumanizes a population when they want you to go kill them. I hope that's enough. If you have any questions about whether or not love motivates or hate motivates, I think it's pretty clear. Hate is an act in and of itself. Even the people that you hate don't suffer it. You feel it. And it's an ugly thing. Imagine walking around. That's why I tell people, do not make white well-being an ugly, angry thing in your house, because then everybody will hate that. Nobody wants to be around somebody who is always hating, always has something ugly to say about another group, always complaining. No one wants. This is why so many of the children of white people who start off caring about our race and wanting to put an end to our victimization and what's being done to our countries, this is why their children turn against them 180 degrees. Mom is talking about race again. Dad's talking about race again. I'm going to get yelled at. The house is on edge. When you talk about our people, the people in the house should receive it as love. The people in the house should receive it, if it's about our victimization, as urgency, moral urgency, righteous urgency. We have to go protect those white kids at that school. We have to say something to end the victimization of the white kids at that school. Mom's doing a good thing. She's fired up again. You know, she gets on her moral high horse. She wants to get out there and she wants to protect those white kids. I mean, I understand it. Versus mom is saying, oh, the little inners did that. Such these little inners. Screaming in the house like a psychopath. So hate is an act in and of itself. It's only affecting you. The ill will that you're feeling isn't experienced by anybody else. It's all experienced by you and the people around you, your family members. Moreover, in the real world and in your own subconscious mind, hate is the mean pathogen hate. It is white people harming non-white people because of the way they're born. You end up your whole life. How many of you have known old white people or white people that have passed on? I mean, I just saw a video of an anti-white pig made a song, white pig, made a song about how much she hated her white grandfather because he was just hating on the non-white races all the time, saying crazy shit. The family hates you when you hate on other groups. But the worst part about it is that you're not doing anything for us. You live an entire lifetime feeling ill will toward other groups, and then you die. That was a fruitful life. You live an entire life, a la the UK, watching thousands, tens of thousands of white little girls be gang raped by anti-whites from another land. And boy, you hated them good. You hated them all day long. You hated them every day and every week of every month of every year. And now you're dead. You know what else about hate I like to point out? You never go to war against something you hate. Why would you sacrifice even a fingernail for something you hate? Of course you don't. You won't. And no white people who approach the well-being of whites have ever sacrificed themselves for hating some other group. And I've said it many times. I'll continue to say it. Every white man in a trench, sacrificing, putting his life, his limbs, his dignity on the line, his eyesight, his hearing, his flesh on the line in those trenches, isn't doing it 1 ounce for what he hates across the battlefield. 100%. It's for what he loves behind him. It is not a lack of hate. It is a lack of love. And here's the problem. That love is seen as kisses and a smiley face, and so it couldn't possibly defend us. Well, you need to stop listening to these mid and midget wit losers. And the mid and midget wit losers, you know that you're dumb. You know that I see clearer than you. Time to submit. I'm not asking. I don't give a shit if you turn around and say, well, he's arrogant or whatever. I don't care. Then you're going to be out of the gene pool. It's time to call what's left, the remnant of what is truly men and women of the West out of this garbage white race. Because it's too late for all of these others who can't see where they fall in the pecking order. If you have any doubt, think again about the fire of a mother grizzly and so many other mother animals. They're not hating. They're not thinking about anything else out there. Not a single thought to go to war that would end their own life for what they love. It is not hate. It is love. So you got to hate, and then the hate, they say, instigates physical violence. And that's what we need, physical violence. But even that is an error, because the physical violence engendered by hatred and the conclusion drawn by the similarities between the ugly faces and the ugly thoughts that you have when you're hating, and the similarity to that when you're in a fist fight. The acts of violence committed out of hatred are committed mostly by those who can do it and get away with it, or who will just be slapped on the wrist. Then you have the next tier of error, which is that physical violence is the only way that we can defend ourselves. That, indeed, as I said, is an act that has to wait for us to have lost everything before it gets started. I mean, you even have people, as I was talking about, in this Oh Glory Club, and I don't know if that it's all of them. I don't know if it's a normal theme. I don't know what it is. But they talk about the after the fall. There ain't no after the fall. There ain't no after the fall. Stop being a coward. It is now or never. How many more white children do you have to see butchered and raped and gang raped? How many more fully grown white men being jumped in Cincinnati, crying out to God himself to intervene because everything has been white erased? No law enforcement there to protect him, and his life not mattering. No fear in the heads of those who attack him of what will be done to them for their anti-white lynching. That's gone because of the white erasure. once everything falls, go to hell. You're a coward, and I'm calling you out. And everybody who follows you should abandon you immediately after the fall. So if there's any more questions about what motivates us, any more question about what's going to save us, men and women of the West who love our people as our family, our tribe, they will engage in every imaginable act of self-defense. They will utilize the myriad tools at their disposal at the hospital, at the sheet metal factory, at the lawyer firm, at the state government, at the federal government. They will work through industry, through private and public associations. They will fight out of love with every imaginable tool. And if it does ever come down to physical violence, it is the physical violence of the mother grizzly. It is the physical violence that will come at you with so many claws, so many teeth, such a thick hide, and with such indifference to its own life that nothing will survive. Everything will wither before it. Hate, you are a joke. You're an absolute bitch of a clown if that's what you endorse. You are a tool of the anti-white. And to talk about being a tool of the anti-white, and I'm not coming down individually or personally on Wyatt here. I understand. We grow up in a world that is anti-white. We grow up in this world that tells us also how we are supposed to defend ourselves. How are white people supposed to climb through that quagmire? How are they supposed to get a breath of freedom? How are they supposed to be liberated? I get it. So I have sympathy and empathy even when you're doing something that I completely disagree with. But I have been here for decades. I have been on the internet for almost a decade, sharing these views. So many white people have come and gone. So many white people. They don't come and say, this is genius. It's working. It's the only thing working. I pledge allegiance, publicly saying, I pledge allegiance like Orville did to Fuentes. I pledge allegiance to white well-being, white positivity. Instead, the white race putters along. You're going to be your own little Hitler, aren't you? Look at the Indian race from India. They're superior to the white race in this way, in my opinion. When Indians in India find an Indian that is sagacious or brilliant, he has a discernment greater than the average. What do they do in India? They decide he is touched by the gods and they surround him. Have you seen the videos? You don't have to speak any of the weird ass languages in India to see that there's a guy sitting in the middle of 2,000 showing up out of just the local town, 10,000 in stadiums showing up to ask, to receive, to comply. They're able to see this guy is seeing further than me, is seeing clearer than me. They don't even have to fake in India that they're talking to this god or that god. Indians just see, wow, he's really bright. What he suggests works. When he spells it out, it's logical. A, then B, then C. And then I can see it's logical, and then I see it working for people. So I'm going to submit myself to that. Where is that in the white race? Nowhere. The white race looks for credentials, and it doesn't matter how much illogicality, how many failures, how much a lack of success comes out of such white men and women, males and females. He's got a PhD. He's a professor. He's a whatever. That's what the white race does. Someone else, something else has determined. The white race utterly incapable of submitting itself on average like the rest of the races of the world. Keep telling me again, white supremacists, how much better we are. You little are out there following Emily Saves America, Sarah Stock, Fuentes. That's what the white race does. No ability. How are we supposed to come together with anything efficacious? Sickening. So while I'm not coming down, like I said, Wyatt made a stupendous analysis of 28 days later. And I laud his conclusions all up until those final seconds of this video. We all have growth. We all have room to grow. I don't know, for example, the other day, I don't know anything about Danunaki, except he's in the community. He's always in the comments like a champion. He gave a couple of suggestions for MCs, and I immediately recognized that they were genius. Immediately recognized those have to be used, because I'm able to submit myself to the greater goal of white well-being, because I don't want to see white children being raped. There is no ego here to replace the goal. There never has been. And how much does the white race respect that? If a Jewish leader had given 3 decades of setting himself aside for the good of Jews, every Jew would know who he was. If in India, so many of these schmucks, anti-non-whites, they love to shit on the Indians. Well, the Indians got this right. Every Indian would know the name of the Indian who saw clearer than they did, saw further than they did, had better outcomes than they could achieve. And they submitted themselves to that. By submitting yourself to that, you become an engine. You become a people. Even though, and so I don't hold it against you all, even though Wyatt had this magnificent review, I concurred with everything he said up until the very end, he still fell prey. And so I'm sympathetic, I'm empathetic to everyone else. The authors of anti-white fiction imbue the whites in their narratives with objectionable characteristics and a defeatable amount of power. I'm going to say it again. The authors of anti-white fiction and fictionalized reality always imbue the evil white people, whether the white people are represented by a metaphor or the white people are literal white actors or characters in a book where they say, well, he had blue eyes to make you know. He had very light skin and had blue eyes to make you know. Whatever way they present whites, they always imbue them with objectionable characteristics and a defeatable amount of power. White people, the average white person, and this is because of, the dichotomy, the two hemispheres, the ones and zeros, the binary nature of our thinking, which doesn't affect me as much as it affects the vast majority of our population and every population. And I said all the way back in high school that it was a result, or that I speculated that it was a consequence of there being two hemispheres. And what was it, 5 years ago or so? Scientists, biological scientists came out and they said, we think this phenomenon of viewing everything as an up or down, right or left, black or white in human thinking is a result of there being two hemispheres. You're welcome. So what do they do? What do most white people do, including Wyatt here, when they look at the stories of the anti-whites and they see the white characters imbued with the objectionable characteristics? What are the objectionable characteristics, specifically in 28 Days Later, specifically articulated by Wyatt? Blind rage, hatred. So, binary nature of thinking. If we're not the anti-whites, we embrace our representation as blind, raged, hating white people, embracing the villain in their story. Folks, that is the essence of an anti-white author, an anti-white creator within the anti-white narrative. What's white, what is projected into the world that is white, is imbued in their stories with objectionable characteristics, not your path to victory. An anti-white author is never going to say, the white villains in my book, in my movie, are the villains because they are willing to sacrifice themselves out of love for their people. They are never going to give it to you on a plate. They're never going to say, here, you dumbass white person who can only think in this binary midwit way. Here it is for you. The villains in the movie are the white people, and they are imbued with such great love for themselves, for their children, for their men, for their creations, that they are willing to sacrifice their own lives. Therefore, they need to be killed. Therefore, they need to be white erased. You have to look at all anti-white fiction as lies, manipulation, including the characteristics of the white people, the white villain, the metaphor of the white race as lies. You are not the villain in their story. You are the hero in ours. Some of you are saying, I've heard Jason say this 10,000 times. I'm going to say it 100,000 more because unfortunately, the white race in so many ways is inferior to the other races of mankind. They do not know how to submit themselves to lucidity beyond their reckoning. They can only submit themselves to a beautiful, vacuous female. They can only submit themselves to somebody who is going to prosecute a case against their scapegoat better than they can, so that they have even more reason to not take responsibility. By the way, I've talked about this before, I've given speeches on it before. Engaging in geopolitics, subject matter like this, over which you exercise no influence whatsoever, no power whatsoever, is the ultimate in irresponsibility. You have victimization of whites in your very life that you can attend to, you can do something about. These people are not doing something important by indulging conversations over which they exercise no authority. They are literally white flighting away from any responsibility in their life. Finally, on this matter, and we'll get on to our next news item as we continue to roll, and I want to see your comments. I saw a comment, I think it might have been from Janice earlier, very briefly. Was it Janice? That Holly, Cincinnati hero Holly, has forgiven the anti-white terrorist. Is that true? Somebody get back to me with a tag of no white guilt. I'm going to get to what you're saying. Final thing I want to mention on this is this. I'm done with endorsing anyone. Orville cured me of that. No one is good. You can do a white positive thing, and I endorse the white positive thing. No one is good. So I'm not going to be had anymore. I've been had too many times. Endorsing this person or that person, even endorsing them in this particular act that they're engaged in. It's one thing if I say I endorse this person for this one particular act, and then you find out, well, in their past, X, Y, or Z. That's one thing. Because especially if it's something in the past that they reject now, they disavow now. Maybe it was playing the villain in the past and they disavow it. That's fine. That would still be fine. But what do we have in reality? What do we have that keeps happening? You have me say, I endorse this person. I like this person relative to this white positive thing they're doing. And then a week later, they're like, I pledge full loyalty to Fuentes. A week later, they're appearing with some quote neo-Nazi idiot saying, like Joel, saying that the Germanic white peoples should rule over the other white peoples of the world as inferiors. I mean, how deep can the LARPing get? So no more. Therefore, I'm not going to endorse Wyatt. Wyatt Stagg will be his own. If he wants to say, like he should, if he were at least as good as Indians with their red dots, he would say, the no white guilt guy, genius. The no white guilt guy, the go free practice should be followed by everyone. If he's at least good as the red dots. But I will say that I agree with his breakdown of this clip. That's all I'll say anymore. Forget about it. This was the last time being burned. The last time. You know, odds are, I would say, if this were before Orville, I would say, oh yeah, Wyatt Stagg, brilliant, totally endorse him, disagree with him on that conclusion, but totally brilliant guy, totally endorse. And then what would happen is a week, 2 weeks, 5 months later, he would suddenly be appearing with, if they were still around, the NJP. Why is that? Simple. Popularity and money. Content creators, as we were discussing, bringing these segments full circle, like these e-whores, they show up, they put their finger up, and they say, where is the social applause going to come from? Where is the social support going to come from? Where are the dollars going to come from? And they say, well, there are these two broad categories. The cucks, that you'll get a lot of pats on the head from, you'll get money from if you make it there, big audience, so they'll go that direction, or the schmucks. So they show up and they say, oh, there's a lot of social approval there. There's a lot of money there. So what do they end up doing? they end up going the direction that'll bring them the most pats on the head and the most dollars in their bank account. We can't do that for them. Reality. Think about Lily Gaddis. She showed up, invited me on her show, and had a great conversation. Reason, logic, and evidence the entire time. Evidence of successes. What did she do? So many of them. It's feels like it's limitless. Immediately saw the most pats on the head from the schmucks, the most dollars from the schmucks, then hid our interview. So, again, forget about it. Not supporting anyone anymore. I support white well-being. And we're going to see to the end of time, to the absolute end of time, content creators show up and they'll get a little bit of popularity, and then they're going to pursue the pats on the head, the social approval, and the dollars wherever they're going to find the most, or they think they'll find the most. Done with that. Why racial discrimination is so deeply institutionalized in the U.S. Let me see what you all are saying here. Ivan Zaharable is over there on Premium Rumble. Great to see everybody. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt if you have something to say. Savage Monday is here. Y'all see Greenblatt talking about how Jews mixing with blacks is a bad thing. I heard about it. I didn't watch it. But yes, he wants to preserve the Jewish people. So I see that as a moral thing that he's doing. I want to preserve Western kind, so it's a moral thing that I'm doing. 100%. Let me see if there are any other tags for me over there. Thank you for pointing that out. When I saw that, I wanted to mention it. All right, I don't see any others there. Tree Godfather says it's disappointingly predictable. Yeah, the people deciding after the fact that they're going to head one of these directions to get their bucks and their pats. Sick of it. 1 week. 1 week later. I mean, come on. 1 week later. And our movement? No. There ain't no our with the schmucks. And definitely not with Fuentes. There ain't no our. He is the epitome of the disease in the so-called pro-white movement. Franklin is here. Alex, 100% right. Jason deserves a bigger following than Fuentes and all the other J-spurging idiots who don't actually care about our people. Yeah, that would be justice. Maybe you should interview him again. I guess you're talking about Arvel, and ask him why he endorsed Fuentes and what exactly the criteria for his community is. You mean the criteria for getting into the return to the land? Janice, give me a tag again, and just to clarify. Cool Papa is here. Lost Pilgrim's Journey. First Last is here. Oh, First Last saying, nothing after the fall. He said, but what about winter? Azimuth Clark is here. Dennis is here. Raja is here. Good to see the people that matter. Garlos is here. Maybe what I need to do with these so-called pro-white people is stream while they are live and prop them up, snipe their streams, and burn them down as we watch. Maybe I need to do that occasionally. because they're not going to have anything to do with white well-being. And this lie that they care about white people, that they care about what's happening to us, it has to be revealed. West is here. West says, we tried swashing on Wyatt Stagg, and he was exceptionally unreceptive. Not worth it for folks to try outreach with him. All right, so there you have it. The leader of the OT has spoken. The OT tried to swash over on Wyatt Stagg. He was not interested. And I guess that's because he comes to the conclusion that you need to embrace hate if we're ever going to recapture our destiny. You need to embrace hate. And we embrace love, hope, and redemption. Let Wyatt make your argument about why, where am I wrong? Make your argument about why people need to hate. You're not seeing enough hate? If you go hang out with Collett's crew, you'll hear nothing but hatred. If you go hang out with so many of these others over the years, you will hear nothing but hatred. You'll hear the pretext added, oh, well, for Britain, for the British people, and then 5 hours of hate. TJ is here. 1010 is here. Jay Bishop is here. Dusky is here. Nameless One is here. Cockatoo is here. Says I'm brilliant. Thank you very much for that. Ardent White is here. All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about speaking with Arvil, at least anytime soon. We spoke. We had a good conversation. He made clear about return to the land. Then a week later, he said he lamented Fuentes not being able to be president of the United States, talked about our movement with Fuentes as leader. Since Fuentes couldn't be president of the United States, what else did he see on the horizon right now? I mean, we're men. He's made it very clear. Like, I don't need, if at some point in the future, he disavows Fuentes, he disavows Jay Spurging, he disavows all of this non-white garbage, then I would be interested in another conversation. Why racial discrimination is so deeply institutionalized in U.S. higher education. Look at this awful picture. Always put the white female beside the black guy. What do you think this article is going to be about? Well, I think you already know, right? It's going to be a focus on the few Asians that have been discriminated against. Meanwhile, millions upon millions institutionalized discrimination against white people. You know, you had this Thomas Jefferson school here, high school in Northern Virginia, and it's supposed to be for the 4.5, etc. and above kids who are super dedicated to education, and they show a penchant for success in being educated. And that's it. They have been discriminating against white people forever. Discriminating against white kids, especially white males, forever. What happens to these guys? What about their lives? Aren't they important? No, they're not. Just like the ones in Cincinnati. They're not important at all. So that they could bring in more non-whites. As soon as a couple of Asians were blocked from entering Thomas Jefferson, everything blew up. Everything had to be changed. Asian organizations were immediately formed to defend and advocate for Asians. And the conservative media immediately turns around and is like, what? They're discriminating against Asians? And some white people. But they're discriminating against Asians? These are hardworking students. Same everywhere. Asians are overrepresented in the Ivy League. white people radically underrepresented, especially white males, massively underrepresented because of the discrimination. Harvard and these institutions were 100% white male when we built them and put our science in them. Now, white males, because of anti-whiteism and the persecution of the white race, especially white males, massively underrepresented. A few Asians are blocked in very recent years to pick up not white people, but other non-whites. Suddenly, just like Thomas Jefferson, Asian organizations form. The conservative media goes nuts over how Asians are being discriminated against. It all makes perfect sense when you understand that we live in the anti-white narrative. That all makes perfect sense. That's the morality of the anti-white West. Non-white people matter, white people don't. White people are thinking that. Non-white people matter, not white people don't. So if whites are being persecuted and kept out of the Ivy League, especially white males, well, that's moral. You got to give others a chance. You got to this totally illogical, childish thinking, as though it's all taking place in a single nursery room in the span of the year that these two babies are in the same room. You've got to let this baby now have some time at that toy. Complete apples and oranges. Totally illogical to say that the white males have to be kept out so that the non-whites can have their turn. This isn't a nursery room, you 2D thinking TARDISes, vegetables. Radical discrimination, long institutionalized across American academia, became an even stronger priority these last 5 years as colleges and universities rushed to the very wokest. I mean, can you believe they talk like this? The very wokest. They rushed to the very wokest. That's the most wokest of wokest things. Concepts of justice, unwinding it all, will require a bitter battle indeed. President Donald Trump last week directed, what did he do? He's gone to all of these institutions and said, you will not be anti-white. No, it wasn't that. I'm sorry. It was, you will not be anti-Semitic. What? Record scratch. What? Record scratch. Record player blowing up. Oh, yeah, there is no anti-Semitism to speak of relative to the omnipresence, the ubiquity of anti-whiteism. But the white race doesn't have a people. The white race doesn't have a people, so they don't know how to yield to their betters in the white race. So they don't have a people, and the Jews do. A percentage of the overall Jewish population have a people. So even the slightest infraction, same thing with Asians. Suddenly, organizations spring up. Donald Trump directed the Education Secretary Linda McMahon to start collecting data from nearly every U.S. university with an eye to enforcing Supreme Court's 23 ruling banning most race-based college admissions. I want to point out again for those who are young or simpletons or Muppets that the anti-whites were blocking, discriminating against whites, but specifically white males, long before they ever wrote it down at these universities. Long before then. Even before they gave the excuse of it being poverty. Even before then, they were discriminating against white males. Then they said, let's write it down as because we're not doing it because of your race. It's because of poverty. And then we'll define that as race underneath. And then because of the hubris born out of all the victories, the victory of the anti-white immoral imperative being the social morality of the West, they went ahead and said, is because of race. It's the most moral thing to do. Now you have the aberration in Donald Trump, who's going to step up and say, no, you can't write it's because of race. We need to have meritocratic equity. That's what's next. That's what the Republican Party wants. Here's how to achieve equity the right way. What? That's absolutely necessary because most leaders of American higher education insist such discrimination is justice to make up for past discrimination. But the way these policies play out proves it's not. Okay, so this New York Post just legitimized the morality of anti-whites. We have to make amends for the evil of the white race, but not quite in this way. It's got to be done a different way. We disagree with it's kind of done. Enough voters have said no to this aberration that's Donald Trump. Notably, these systems disadvantage Asian Americans. Even though past discrimination never worked in those groups' favor. How do you like that for the cucks? How do you like that for the cucks? Donald Trump comes to the fore of his presidency and he looks out upon the land. He looks out upon the teeming, squalid masses. And he says, look at the destruction of America. Look at what's happening to our universities. I know the remedy. We have to stop the anti-Semitism and stop the discrimination against Asians. You deserve this, white race. You deserve it because you shirk your duty, because you're cowards, because you can't recognize your betters, because you want to find content creators that are pretty and have jugs sticking out, even if they were formerly anti-whites and are secretly anti-whites the entire time. You're following and heeding and retweeting and endorsing what they say, you cuck losers. And because you turn to the schmucks to shirk the duty of your life so that you don't have to engage in your own life, so that you could say, it's this scapegoat's fault that you can't get ahead. It's this scapegoat's fault that you have no dignity, that the white man has been dethroned and is not the master of his destiny, no longer the inheritor of the dignity and the glory that he created. It's not your fault, it's someone else's. So you turn to somebody who prosecutes that case better than you can. You need to hear that you're a loser. Wake up. This is what you get. That's your cuck art. No more needs to be read from that shit. That's what you get. How about a Band-Aid to try to fix the multiracialism of the West? How about a Band-Aid? You know, we have these norms, and we're going to be talking about it when we get to Sydney Sweeney, which is next. Her brother, actually. Very important subject matter. We have these norms. Is it the genes or is it the environment? Well, if it's the environment, then you can have an opinion America. Then it's just we're a collection of people and you can concern yourself. You know, I am inundated by clips. I don't watch any Fuentes, but every one of these platforms, every single day is sending me clips. This past week, there were, I'm not joking, there were like 10 different black content creators that made videos of Fuentes giving his opinions on blacks and how we, all of the other races, not whites, we, all of the other races, don't like their violence and don't like their etc. And black people need to be, who cares? You are not talking about that. Instantiates, legitimizes the notion of an opinion America. Blacks can't be made white, Fuentes, just like Hispanics can't be made white. There's no, we need to sit down and have a conversation. And I mean, even King Dice talking about some of the blacks are snowflakes over there. Who gives a shit? This is not about America being all of our house. And we need to be able to give constructive criticism to some of the members of our family. They're not in our family. Are you nuts? They are citizens of a country that we have inside of us and project into the world. You don't legitimize their status as family members by saying they need to sit down with us and have a conversation about their behavior. We need to have a long talk about whether or not it's good behavior to behave this way. Here's the standard. We are white. We are Westmen. We are Western kind. We produce Western civilization. We are very kind people. We will allow people of other races to live in our countries that we create, our countries that don't exist without us, no matter what fucking opinion you hold. And here's how this works. You behave as we say you will in our countries, or you will suffer the consequences. That's how it's supposed to work. And if that is the standard, then when you've got a white guy or two white guys in Cincinnati, they don't get jumped by a bunch of anti-white blacks, because the anti-white blacks are thinking, oh, the no white guilt guy is in charge. White norms are in charge. They hold sway. So if we jump a white guy in this anti-white lynching, we're going to get executed. We're going to get in the kind of trouble that white people will get for lynching someone. It's going to be bad. So we're going to leave them alone. We don't fix that behavior by saying, hey, blacks, we're one big happy family here. And I mean, I can understand Fuentes, 25% Mexican, wanting to say, hey, we're one big happy family, all citizens of this opinion United States. We need to have a talk about how you all are misbehaving. Well, here we have New Jersey deciding, and this is on the road to the oblivion of Western civilization and Western kind. And there have been over the totality of our lived experience, these sorts of band-aids. The same rigging now, gerrymandering that's going on in Texas. Finally, the Republicans are doing it. The reason why is because the white population is numerically so limited in its reach, in its power, that the Republicans have to start rigging the game to stay in office. That's where we've reached. That's minority white rule. It's not going to last. It's a sign of oblivion across the West. Well, here you have another one. Jail time for parents of repeat child lawbreakers. What children are they talking about? Well, we know Breitbart, this conservative operation here, is talking about blacks. New Jersey, Gloucester Township enacted an ordinance on July that holds parents accountable for their children's law-breaking activities. Let's just go ahead and jump. What can they do? Parents could face fines of $2,000 and a possibility of 90 days, 3 months behind bars if their children continually misbehave in this township in New Jersey. This is another band-aid on the bleed out of the white race, Western civilization. America, Western civilization, is geysering blood from an artery. And this is an effort to treat the black population in America as family members. We're going to be a little bit sterner with you, as we would with whites doing this. We're going to be a little bit sterner with you. And if your black kids continue to misbehave this way in this township, look into it for yourself if you don't think they're all black. Maybe I'm wrong. Look into it for yourself. If they keep doing that, we're going to hold the parents responsible. How long do you think this Band-Aid is going to last on that geyser of frothing blood for Western civilization? How long? No time at all. You really think they are going to fine black single mothers $2,000 who are living off of welfare, or who maybe they've got a six-figure job? They've got your job. Maybe they've got a six-figure job they deserve. They're still black, though. Do you really think the government is going to fine them to that? How about this? Do you really think the government is going to put black single mothers in jail for 3 months? Not a chance. Sydney Sweeney's brother's posts good genes joke to celebrate Air Force promotion. Did y'all hear about this? Kind of sad. This guy's in the Air Force. She just bought a home for what, like $3 or $13 million? This guy could work in the Air Force for 500 lifetimes and not make that kind of money. Kind of a sad world we live in. Meritocracy is still white erasure, says Tree Godfather, 100%. And competing with the majority non-white world. Of course. Yes. Yeah, I mean, the reality, we've talked about it before. The very sad reality that we've talked about before. If you had a purely blind meritocratic system, I want you to think about this, white race, especially you white cucks out there. If you've got a system that is literally a machine is deciding, and they are still bringing in non-white people in their billions from the world, they are going to bring in the most high IQ'd from the billions of non-whites on planet Earth that are going to be far to the right of their norm for their population. And they're going to be smarter than you. They're going to be smarter than the average white person. So they'll get the job. That's your future. That's what you're looking at. A system that, like the cuck system, that pursues just GDP, doesn't care about the white race at all. They're going to bring in these non-whites to white erase you. You will be displaced. You will not be hired. And the non-white guy getting your job will be smarter. And there will be cucks. At least he'll have a higher IQ. He won't be able to produce Western civilization. He won't be able to maintain Western civilization. So everything will change. But there will be these people around the world. So there are going to be cucks out there that are going to say, don't you want to have the best baseball team? The best baseball team? Don't you want? No, I want to have a white race that isn't victimized. I want to have a white race that preserves. I want to have a white race that protects our weakest and our strongest members. How many else in the Western world, accessed by way of the global internet, invented and promulgated by the white man, how many else are here right now that want that? I don't know. Look at the live count. Sydney Sweeney. Actress Sweeney's brother is playing into the drama surrounding his sister and her good genes with a J while celebrating his promotion in the United States Air Force. Congratulations to him. Trent Sweeney was recently promoted to Staff Sergeant and took the opportunity to joke about his sister's American Eagle advertisement that put anti-whites, not leftists, into an uproar. In the caption of his Instagram story, wherein he announced his accomplishment, Trent wrote, "It's them good genes with a J," and also shared a photo of himself and fellow servicemen. All right. There he is. Congratulations. His comments came after anti-whites, and we are translating. It's one of the practices that we engage in service to white well-being that is discussed in the Go Free practice if you want to make a difference in the world, in your life, in the world as well. His comments came after anti-whites attacked his sister online for appearing in the ad that, quote, features the stunning actress who's become a target of anti-whiteism, not hate, from the anti-whites, not left, for her beauty, talking to potential customers about her jeans with a G as well as her jeans with a J. They were calling it Nazi propaganda. Meanwhile, social media users on Trent's page were quick to react to the news of the promotion. Thanks for your service, one writes here, and those family jeans with a J. I mean, jeans with a G. This person wrote, typical cuck, ridiculous fashion, true American jeans with a G. Do you think the cuck was actually talking about the white race? That's what it actually is. America is the white race. It is genetics. In my opinion, of course. In response to his sister's advertisement, pop singer Lizzo tried to troll her by posting a new song on social media. The video shows Lizzo with a water hose standing next to a sports car while wearing a jean jacket and jean cutoffs. She raps and twerks to the music and says, "Bitch, I got good jeans like I'm Sydney." Look at this foul thing right here. Let me point out something. This is such a big issue in the country for the reasons we discussed about before. Big issue around Western civilization. The white race and the anti-white narrative is all evil. The furthest you can get away from non-white races in appearance is fair skin, very attractive, blonde hair, blue eyes. That's the furthest you can get away. It doesn't mean those people are more white than any other white people. It just means in appearance, you can't be further away from non-white people. Therefore, they are the worst of the worst in the anti-white narrative. They are the epitome of all that is evil, the epitome of all that has to take a back seat, that has to self-flagellate, that has to die, that has to suffer. So any celebration, even in a joke, in an advertisement that was the idea of a Jewish CEO for that platform, American Eagle, even that is intolerable. Well, because that's the morality of the day, the cucks jump in and say, can't they take a joke? It's supposed to just be about the joking. Why can't we have joking? They're doing the same thing with these late night people. You had the so-called comedians. You had the anti-whiteism coming through everything as it does. That's why it wins. And then on the other side, you have a type of person that is a cuck. And they roll up there, and instead of saying, we're going to advance our ideology through everything as well, they say, no, we just want environments where there is no talk of society or politics, socio-political challenges, or etc. We just want pure comedy. Why can't we just have pure comedy? Well, you know who's going to win in the end. You know, because you can see who's been winning as well, can't you? So the undercurrent here about this commercial and the anti-white backlash is the conversation about genetics. And which is it? Is it genes or is it environment? I'm here to tell you, at least in my opinion, the ear is against the door. It is 100% genetic. Why? Because the environment is a product of the genetics. So when you ask the question, you're asking a misnomer. When you ask the question, is it genes or is it environment? The genes are the environment. The genes create the animal. The animal has an instinct. The instinct in its aggregate is culture. That is really what's rubbing the raw wound of the victimization of the white race. That wound that anti-whites attempt to stand in front of. If you agree that it is an environmental thing, then you end up with New Jersey. you end up saying that all of mankind, there are no dissimilarities in instinct, in projection of that instinct into the world, and therefore you now can have an opinion nation. All of the Western countries have become opinion nations because both the cucks and the schmucks have yielded to this. I have heard from so-called very erudite, very well-read, sophisticated, even biologists, scientists at schmuck conferences talk at length, ad nausea, about it being, well, more genetic than environment. My jaw's been on the floor. What environment are you talking about? Are these human beings living with gerbils? Are they swimming? What's the environment that you're talking about? These so-called great geneticists, these so-called deep thinkers with the crazy hair and the weird affected way of talking, have never gotten this right. They say, what is the IQ? What is the IQ? I've heard this conversation from so many so-called professors and all of these people, the only ones that white people will yield to. They can't yield to a superior intellect. They can only yield to a status, a degree, and this appearance of absolute physical ineptitude, absolute abject weakness, weirdness even, inability to dress themselves. That guy must be smart then. I should yield to that. Oh, he's fat. His face is perfectly round. Should definitely heed what he has to say. Oh, he's pencil thin. Looks like he'll blow over in a breeze. Definitely he has something intelligent to say that I'll listen to. I'm not even going to give the names. I don't want to embarrass people. But you all know what I'm talking about. I've listened to these people discuss genes versus environment. Do you know what your IQ is? I figured this out a long time ago. All of these so-called geneticists, wrong. Your IQ is genetic IQ minus your environment. That's it. You can't add anything to it. That's it. You can only take away. And the environment argument about, do you have enough? I mean, can you believe that you've attended probably conferences as well, where these super well-read with crazy accents and they talk like this, and they say, I believe, and we looked at this, take a look at this study here that we're looking at, and look at what they said there with their like pencil arm they hold up there. Look at what they said. And in this study, the professors thus and such studied the East Anglican and the Africans of Uganda, and they studied and they have concluded. What are the effects on elementary school, on how a person behaves? What are the effects on this environment? How is the environment less and genetics more? Environment is 0. Genetics are 100% because environment is genetic. End of conversation. Now, told these people over the years, told them, shared my views. No. You look too physically fit. No, you don't have the PhD. No, you will take away from this org's content creator and his money or his popularity, whatever it is. No, you're not gonna speak. When it comes to Sydney Sweeney, when it comes to Lizzo, it is 100% genetic. You're seeing here with Lizzo the remnants of Western civilization, more so specifically, and that is the remnants of the white race. More so specifically, the accoutrements, the achievements, the sports car, running water, a hose, operating the running water, the clothing that she's wearing, indeed, the blonde wig. These are the remnants. All of it is a gross simulacrum, a shadow of the white race. That's the environment. And Lizzo and what it is now is a consequence of her genetics. We all know this to be true in the bones of our body.
Bitch, what did I told you? I'm going into October. Niggas acting like the fun is over. Niggas acting like summer's over. But all my bitches coming over. A lot of bottles and a lot of sodas.
Look at this filthy disgust. This is what her genetics produces. She is not in our family and needs to be lectured or have a conversation about what it means to be an American genes with a G. She is a member of an entirely different group. If we don't reclaim our destiny, acknowledging that genetics are the source, instinct is the source of all of it. The physicality, the IQ, the propensity to crime, the communal interaction, the society that the instinct creates. If we don't acknowledge and embrace all of that is over for us. It is all going to be washed away. And what do we have? 100 people. Who else is streaming right now? I mean, maybe I should go ahead and snipe somebody else right now. Who else is streaming? Where is everybody who's ostensibly cares? Or is this it for the entire Western world? Are there no others? Is this how sad we've become? Is this the end of the line? Absolutely sickening. I think I got to find a different video here to play for our music. Let me see. Then I had queued up because I think that was a little too soft. I think it was a little too weak. Maybe that one. All right, what are y'all saying? I and others on Truth Social keep hashtag anti-white and hashtag anti-whiteism trending and tag POTUS, his sons and other inner circle in his comments, highlighting the root cause. God bless you. That is Juliet saying that. Thank you so much for that swashing. Immense value. Hyperborean Dream is here. Masumik is here. Good to see you all. Jerome is with us. Looking for any tags? Any other tags? We'll take, as you all know, a short break. We'll come back, celebrate our victories, and then decide what else we have to do. All right. Henry says, how would you describe and elaborate on the genetics of Black people who are well-behaved and create order? Basically, the ones who get bullied for being, quote, too white. That is, and we've talked about this before. Thank you for the question. It holds true for all non-white races, as it would hold true for me if I were in an Asian country, let's just say, for example, or an Arab country. I would imitate their behavior, their norms. I could live there my whole life. I would not be able to recreate Asian culture or Arab culture, but because of my IQ, because of my temperament, I would be able to imitate them. And we see across the West, when you have non-white people who are numerically diffident, there are too few of them to feel confident enough to project what they create back home. They imitate us. And so you could have a scenario even where a member of another race is not maybe has the best temperament, maybe doesn't have the best IQ, but they look out around the world and they see that white norms reign supreme, that if you deviate from the white norm, you are going to be victimized for it. And so they behave in accord with our norms. You can have others, of course, as is the case. So you could say with me going to some other country and their non-white country and their culture, who can look out at the West and say, I like this better. I like the civility better. I like the law and order better. I like the norms of how we interact with each other, how we interact with our government. I like this better than elsewhere. So I'm going to make the conscious decision to be a part of that. And those are non-white people that we applaud and we appreciate and we celebrate. There have been non-white people who have done this and done wonderful things that contributed beautifully to Western civilization, and we appreciate them. Just as I'm sure if I were in the Middle East or in Asia and I contributed to those cultures, a great swath of the population would appreciate me. They would say that's a wonderful thing that he did for our countries, for our people. We're happy to have the Jason guy here. They would be happy. We do the exact same thing. And maybe we do that even more than other groups of mankind. That's, for folks to look into for themselves. But that is primarily the reason. And then what happens? Why do we see a change? We see a change when numerical courage, which is a part of numbers, but can also be a function. It's more like an algebraic situation where on this side, how strong is the white race? How or weak? How strong or weak are our norms vis-a-vis the group that is now achieving a number and or is bolstered by a religion or a purpose or a peoplehood or what have you, which will make their courage bigger than their numbers. What is the situation between the two as you compare? Once they reach that certain mark, whatever that is, for any given situation and time, the majority of them begin projecting their norm, and we call it a ghetto, we call it enclaving, we call it the bad part of town because it's not Western anymore, even if they have less crime. And they change what is ours. Great question. The great Mestizo Carve says Nerdrotic Live is streaming right now. That's a potential snipe. I'll have to thank you for that, brother. I'll have to take that down. Is he soaking up what should be or could be white positive people? Because if he is, then we maybe should be there. Be right back.
I never hate my race, but until recently I didn't know history class was jacked completely. Found my new family with the team going free. My old family doesn't understand me, cause I am so pro-white. No Coke, no Sprite, I am rolling with the public, gonna be more white. I saw them twist history right before my very eyes. Insurrection Day, it's in the book and it's all lies. But now I am alive and well to tell it. But will generations down the line be able to sell it? I've always been a thinker on the search for both sides, but they label me an outcast and they cannot tell me why. Guess I'm just a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. Does affirmative action make them not hire me? Even in the countries where I'm the minority. Is my race just that awesome and no other could compete? Is that what the anti-whites are trying to tell me? Why am I always seen as such a threat? To the point they want to strip me down till there's nothing left. Old friends from high school, man, I haven't kept one. But I got a new crew and it's where I belong. Cause if you ain't going free, you ain't rolling with me. And there are even anti-whites in my own family. But I am the one who's comfortable with myself. I try to save them from the hate, so why are they raising hell? Cause I'm the black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice, cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. Scotland is too white, is Nigeria too black? Don't get your panties in a bunch, cause I have the right to ask. See, I'm the black sheep, cause I call it hypocrisy. And the media will give you emotions, but they will not give you honesty. Yeah, you have your feelings, but I have the crime rate. And I'ma shoot to kill if there's a danger my way. So I do not blame the cops, just the ones who are cowards, who hesitate to pull the trigger unless it is one of ours. Cause he's a black sheep, white boy, who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice, cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family, so I love my people to death.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Let's get into the swashing celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Get out your raucous emojis. Let's celebrate each other. Celebrate our hard work and service to white well-being. Beginning with the great Franklinator and Biospirit of the West, collecting so many of these victories, a fraction of the overall achievement of this community, the only community doing anything. They have a bit of a different set of criteria for bringing and acknowledging victors, heroes. We celebrate both of them for their hard work every single week, tracking these down. God bless the two of these champions. Let's continue thanking both of them for being at the Trump Jr. stream this week, swashing on Donald Trump Jr. and imbuing him with the power that is the Go Free dialogic, so that he ends up in conversation with his father. Big salutes to Franklin, Biospirit of the West, Ivan, Hoyt McCoy, and Cindy Ben. Big salutes to all of you. Well done. Well done. Let's keep it going. Last week, the great Franklinator got me some information that I didn't have in time to share. So if you go back to last week and you look at the victories of Cindy Ben, those victories were in response to these content creators. The first one was the Lotus Eaters. The second one was Mr. Reagan. The third, fourth, and fifth victories all on the quartering. Big thank you to you, Franklinator, for getting that information to me. I didn't have it in time, folks, but now you can go back and find out where the great Cindy Ben was achieving her victories this past week. Make sure you keep the celebration, the raucous emojis going for everyone. And we will have up on the screen in a moment our victories. There we are. We are celebrating, and they don't understand the music. Here we have Anglo-Saxon and WG under Benny Johnson, who we're very happy with lately. Anglo-Saxon says, who else is sick of anti-white traitors? 761 people. You want to know why Benny Johnson is coming around more and more and talking about white well-being, complaining about the victimization of the white race? Somebody with immense audience and contact with notable individuals in the Republican Party and conservative movement. You want to know why? It's because of swashbuckling champions like Anglo-Saxon NWG. 27 replies there. Let's keep it going. Anglo-Saxon NWG over on Lotus Eaters. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? 468 likes from the Lotus Eaters audience. The first audience, Benny Johnson's audience. 26 replies there. for the great swashbuckling general Anglo-Saxon as well. Here he is again with a pinned comment on raging Europeans. They pinned his comment. 12,047 human beings following raging Europeans gave likes, 77 replies and growing to Anglo-Saxon NWG. Systemic anti-whiteism happened. They were asking in that tweet, what happened? What's the difference? And Anglo-Saxon came in there. What would they say elsewhere? Well, the cucks would say Marxism. The schmucks would say Jews. Anglo-Saxon NWG, the only one getting it right. Big salutes to this hero. Well done, brother. Well done. Cindy been rocking it out under Mr. Reagan. They exposed the anti-whiteism. We shouldn't use the R word. It's an anti-white slur. 86 people in Mr. Reagan's audience giving a thumbs up to that. God bless the great Cindy Ben, swashbuckling general. She ain't done. She's over here under Mr. Reagan again. They exposed the anti-whiteism. 110 likes from Mr. Reagan's audience, empowering these people. When Mr. Reagan starts talking like we do here in Service to White Wellbeing, you will know why. It was because Cindy Ben and other swashbuckling heroes were there. She comes in a little bit later. No, we should never use the R word because it is an anti-white slur used to vilify us. Big salutes. Yeah, you had this person saying, AKA racism? No, never use that. CKO knocked it out of the park this week, empowering 27, almost 28,000 people with this comment in response to James Goddard. This is the power of white guilt at work under a video. Look at this poor chump. It was a white guy who these anti-white Arab Muslims were forcing to apologize, to grieve and grovel on a TikTok video. She said, agreeing to be recorded apologizing to these disgusting people. She says, get the ugly girls, they were sisters, out here to apologize for behaving strangely around white children. What happened? These two females, it was claimed that they were videotaping white children. They were anti-white Arab white Muslim female, non-white Muslim females videotaping white children was the accusation. Confronted by the whites for doing it, and then the anti-whites tracked down the white people and made them apologize. She says, totally incompatible. They must go. 708 likes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the great CKO. Let's also hear it, CKO, Hans, Tree Godfather, and all the contributors to the Shade Tree, Sloths, and many other heroes. Big salutes to their hard work. It is a magnificent, the Blue Flame. They're knocking it. Connor here, 4,244 people. Anti-whiteism is a good term for it, in my view. And yes, it's only getting more vicious. He's responding under Fisher King, so it's 4,200, 4,300 members of the Fisher King's audience seeing this. Whites are waking up, but we don't have forever to recapture our destiny, given white erasure of all our countries is worsening by the day. 157 likes. Give it up for the swashbuckling general Connor. He's not done. He's over here with nearly 4,000 more people empowered in the audience of I am yes, you are no. Whiteness, he puts in quotes accurately, does not just mean the quality of being white. It has been made into an anti-white term that frames white people's existence as a sickness or a social ill to be rectified. Brilliant dialectic by Connor there. Vilifying white people in this way is the essence of anti-whiteism. Ladies and gentlemen, on both posts so far, Connor sharing epic memes created by our meme mavens and the website directing people back to the source. Give it up for the general. Connor, back again. Another 4,300 people empowered. In whose audience this time? In Rod D. Is that Martin's audience? He says, copy nothing, in quotes, i.e. push the same anti-white messaging, promoting biological white erasure, just as every other major corporation does. Big salutes for Connor. Woke is code for anti-white, and it's written properly. Show this man some love. Show this man some love. These are the men and women of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure they hear and feel it. 3,300 people in Rupert Lowe MP's audience. Connor empowered, 168 likes with this, a beautiful meme, very straightforward. I love it. No to anti-whiteism, no whiteguilt.org. It's white erasure, Rupert, he chides. Demographic white erasure of our norms and standards. Alienation and victimization of Western kind. Anti-whiteism is the social morality driving us, framing it as an unquestionable, quote, good, and any opposition to it as, quote, racist. We need Connor's power to be magnified 100-fold so that Rupert has nowhere to go but white. God bless your work there, General Connor. The cool Papa J Magic over on Isaac Butterfield, 210 members of his audience giving a like to anti-racism, in quotes, perfectly done, is just anti-whiteism. That word is an anti-white slur for white people who aren't anti-white enough. Brilliantly done by the cool general. The coolest of generals, ladies and gentlemen. He continues, working on 700 people in Sargon's audience, empowering them with white people are being forced to fund our own erasure. Brilliantly worded, ladies and gentlemen. The coolest general on earth at it again, this time with 322 human beings in Steve Turley's audience. The cool writing, she should be barred from all positions of influence based on her anti-whiteism. She does not deserve to see any seat of power because the well-being of Western founding stock is counter to her concern. Such brilliance. And pulling it out of a conservative audience, ladies and gentlemen, brilliantly done by General Cool Swashbuckler. Dallas Malloy in the fight this week, saving 1,500 human beings over in the audience of the Daily Signal, writing anti-whiteism is rotting America unless we stop it by becoming a people. Brilliantly articulated, big salutes for one of our newest generals, General Dallas Malloy. She's back again. Over 2,000 people she reaches with this one from Zaipula's retweet of Zaipula. She's an anti-white monster trying to uphold the anti-white narrative to facilitate white erasure. Our own kind that do this to us are the worst. They are sick with envy and jealousy, with a bloodthirst to destroy us. Perfectly written. It's so very true. We stop this by becoming a people center white well-being. This is what all healthy racial groups do. God bless that truth. Out of the lips of Dallas Malloy, swashbuckling extraordinaire. Hans the Skipper in this week in the audience of Ada Lutch, empowering over 13,000 people in her audience. When she starts speaking like us, you know to thank Hans the Skipper. The white nuclear family is attacked by the anti-white regime as the ideal necessary for the continuation of our people. White people are told they were born guilty into an evil race and that they should atone for grievances not committed by opting out of our ideal life. Brilliantly articulated. I am always astonished by the genius of the swashbuckling generals here in service to white well-being. Hans does it again. This time, ladies and gentlemen, 60,000. Is that what it is? Or 60,000 people empowered by Hans from the audience of End Wokeness. He writes, white erasure of our people and our Western norms of health and beauty. Genius. When they all are speaking with these concepts, it is all due to us. Let all the haters sit around and say somebody else did it. We are clearly doing this every single week. Hans the Skipper, a general of generals, swashbuckler. Again, this time under Zebit Naomi, 11,000 people empowered in her audience as our audience taking a break here, a breath. White erasure creates a cultural arms race, he geniusly writes. It starts out with numerical diffidence demonstrated by Beyonce, comporting to our Western standards of health and beauty, and ends with the numerical courage demonstrated by Lizzo, who insults our norms with no fear of retaliation. A genius level dialectic, ladies and gentlemen. Read that 10 more times. Well written by the great Hans de Skipper. These are the white magic spells that liberate our people. The great Ivan. Now, this was a brand new tweet when I saw it, but I wanted to read it to you all with this beautiful, look at all this he put up on the screen here. Because the UK is ruled by anti-white pedo groomers, that desire the mass rape of white children. They want to make white erasure as much of a slow, torturous, humiliating, and traumatic process as possible because their jealousy and envy has given them the characteristics of the devil. That's why the UK government often ignores or defends the anti-white rape gangs. God, you got to love Ivan. Arrests the victims, terrorizes their families, and then defames and gaslights people who point it out. We don't have to live in anti-white hell. There are people with solutions. And then he gives the ads. Give it up for the great Ivan, the huggable. We love you, brother. One of my tweets showing up in the victories, 32,000 white people care to take our own side. What happened in Cincinnati was not a fight, a brawl, adults fighting, an incident. It was an anti-white lynching. Ladies and gentlemen, having done this for so many years and having the practice that succeeds, this should have about 7 zeros after the 32, but it is what it is, and we'll keep fighting. Homeless Bear. Under I Am Yes, You Are No, empowering 9,100 human beings. How many people work at the business you work for? Do nearly 10,000? That's how many people Homeless Bear just empowered with this epic meme that gives the source nowhiteguilt.org, and he empowers them with these animating thoughts. In order to stop white erasure, we have to change the social morality that is plaguing the West, that which says it is immoral to defend our people's well-being, to one that empowers us collectively in anti-whiteism. Quadruple 07s, crowns and gems for the Homeless Bear, General Extraordinaire. Spaces of the Shade Tree this week, 250 tuned in, believing that is another new record. It's a new record almost every single week by these heroes. Let's give it up for everybody participating in the Shade Tree of the Tree Godfather's creation. God bless this guy, Tree Godfather, so powerful, ladies and gentlemen, that horses measure their power in Godfather power. God bless him. Here we have TM, ladies and gentlemen, 5,000 human beings empowered in the audience of Frog Butt when TM writes, yes, the core principle of leftism is anti-whiteism. Powerful, almost 200 likes, over 5,000 human beings. Give it up for the swashbuckler, TM. Give it up. Here he's back again. 1,643 human beings empowered, over 100 likes under garbage human being in his audience. TM over there swashing like an epic demigod. Not seeing race is a handicap that anti-white non-whites exploit. Big salutes. Big salutes. Brilliantly articulated, brother. Let's keep it going. I tell you what, he couldn't be stopped this week. This might be TM's week. 3,744 people, 154 likes in the audience of Surf. He writes, no people have ever created Western civilization anywhere on Earth except for white people. What a dialectic. That's like dropping Thor's hammer and everything blows up. Epic meme directing people back to the source. Give it up for the swashbuckling general. You're going to see this in just a minute, folks. Get ready. Biospirit of the West. our very own OT leader. Let's give him salutes for being the OT leader. Let's give him celebration. Crowns and gems, maybe some beach scenery for the OT leader. But here we also celebrate him for empowering 5,000 human beings in the audience of I Am Yes. He writes, as you can see clearly here, anti-whites find our victimization funny. It amuses them to destroy Western kind. Why? Anti-whiteism is rooted in jealousy and envy. God, I love it. Well written. Our swashbucklers are amazing. Beautiful meme here. Directing people. I even like the type for the font for the meme. It looks epic. 141 likes. Let's keep it rolling. Biospirit of the West. He's not done. He's over here in the audience of I Am Yes again. Anti-whites are motivated by jealousy and envy. He hammers it home again. Not only do they white erase our Western norms with their mere presence, they actively try to wear us like a skin suit. And then a meme that epically represents that, leading them back to the source. How many people? 6,500 more people empowered with this. Another sighting of the power of white well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, we do it again and again. And now we get to celebrate the tree godfather once more. And our good friend, we like him. We don't know how he feels about us. Maybe he doesn't want to have any kind of connection for the work that he's doing, but we like him. Andrew, Blanca, let's take a look.
TDA, everyone in this room agrees they are one of the most...
I got to stop for a second. This goes on for over 4 minutes. We're not going to watch all of it. Just a moment, because I want you to see, as Andrew is watching this clip, he flips on this comment. These are not paid comments, and then turns it right off for our very own Tree Godfather's comment, and then leaves it up on the screen the entire time.
Violent criminal organizations in the world. And the Biden administration let them walk into our country for the last 4 years.
Give it up for both of them, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Tree Godfather. It's Andrew, and we'll be right back. Wow, that is a ton of victories. Keep your raucous emojis going so that we can get to the financial gifts, and we'll get to whatever else you all have to say. Ladies and gentlemen, as I make a little correction here, and we have, let's see, what do we have? We have, let's give it up for Anonymous is back, financially gifting 50 white well-being dollars. Big salutes to Anonymous. God bless you so much for that. Thank you. Anonymous is not always the same Anonymous. I got to repeat that, but we know who you are, and God bless you for those 50 white well-being dollars. Let's go over on Entropy, and as we pull that up, we will refresh Cash App and Subscribe Star. We are going to celebrate right now the one and only, the epical Dude Bro moment. $50 he financially gifts. God bless the Dude Bro moment, a man among men. And he writes, for white well-being. We also have the great Hyperborean Dream over there, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting. Let's see if I can actually put it up on the screen for all of us. Financially gifting. No, it's not appearing, but we can still read it. $25. $25. God bless the hero. Hyperborean Dream. 25 white well-being dollars. God bless you, brother. And we just had another financial gift come in. The colors are so beautiful on the screen. I would like to share you the beautiful colors. Look at all the colors on this colorful screen, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Sandwich King. $25 financial gift. Big salutes. Big salutes to the Sandwich King. $25 for white well-being. And with those $25, he writes, for white well-being. And big thanks to all our generals. Oh, yes, indeed. Big salutes, quadruple 07s. W's. This was a big W week for the generals. Let's get some capital W's, mini W's in the live chat for our generals this week. God bless you all so very much. Keep the applause going for Dandy Westman, $20. God bless you, brother. $20 for White Wellbeing. We'll come back to what you wrote there because you've got a little bit more, and we will see. We want to celebrate first and last. Over here to my right, your left, financially gifting $100. 100 White Wellbeing dollars. God bless you, brother. First and the last, writing only the word power. Absolutely. We wield the white magic of power. We keep it going for Corey, who financially gifted on this glorious gathering in the West $50. Corey coming through with a $50 bill, holding a nice crisp $50 bill up. $50. God bless you, Corey. Big salutes to you. He says positivity and well-being 07. Big 07 to you, good sir. Let me scan around to see if we have any others that reach the celebration size, and we will come back. We will get them all. I think that's going to be it for the celebrating. So let me come back and we will read what our great Dandy Westman has written here. He says, financially gifting with solicitude for Western kind. Ooh, well spoken, my friend. Yes. And he says, also, rest in peace, Richard Russell, deemed for what is this? Sky Queen? Sky King? I knew I recognized the name. And we have his do you remember when I was attacked by some schmuck and I showed all of the attack with you and he's like, why did you steal his video? When you go to what's his name's channel? What's his name? The guy who made the song. And when you go to his channel, he's got the same video, but it says across the video his channel's name and everything. And this absolute schmuck showed up and he's like, you stole his video and you somehow deleted his name off of his video. And I was like, hey, idiot, here's when I posted the video. Here's when he posted it. We had posted it before, acknowledging him. And it says his name, the creator's name, and etc., everything, and where to go, where his YouTube channel was. It's just endless, baseless attacks. So is this the anniversary then? He was a skilled pilot, relegated to mediocrity, life as a baggage handler, driven to a tragic and premature death by anti-whiteism. Hey, Dandy Westman, big salutes, personal salute to you, man. Remembering that guy. That guy, and we play the audio, and I have challenged other places, content creators. They take the audio, they rip out the part of the audio when he says, nah, they're not going to hire me because I'm a white guy. These cucking scum pull out this victimization of the white race, where the victim is actually saying, nope, they're not going, because I'm a white guy. They won't make me a pilot because I'm a white guy. Big salutes to you, Dandy, for remembering Richard Russell. Yes, indeed. Yeah, they don't want that kind of thing talked about. The cucks, definitely not. And the schmucks, it's not very useful to them, is it? Because that's talking about the victimization of white males driven to such a depth of grief and misery that they kill themselves, and happening in record numbers. The schmucks only mention that briefly to say, oh, this is why we're going to talk about Jews for the next 5 hours. No, our injury is the thing. Our injury is the thing. God bless you, Dandy, for that. Big salutes. And solicitude, great word, my brother. Great word. All right. Goofus is here. Rest in peace. Jim Lovell, Apollo 13. Really? Did he just die? I'm not even seeing any of this in the news. Tree Godfather asks about Wednesday. What's happening Wednesday? Is it Wednesday's Gone to the Wind? We'll just rewrite the song. Wednesday's gone to the wind. What are the words? My baby's gone. I don't even remember the words. To the wind. Train roll on. Always love it when I've been yelling and I can feel like my vocal cords are bleeding in the back of my throat. I don't quite remember how it goes. Darn it. Oh, well, we will continue. We will proceed. Wednesday's gone. We'll change it. Wasn't there was some kind of comedy show where the daughter was Wednesday. So we'll say she's gone. All right. Remember to get your tags to me. We also have financially gifting today. Well done. Financially gifting, $5. Thank you so much. And ask the question here. Are you on, let me ask Weldon, are you on X? Because we can talk on X if you would like to do that, brother. It's not so much the length of time, but potentially we could talk by that means. But reach out to me on X and I will keep a lookout. Just in case I'm not following you, it won't show up for me. It'll show up in the other people who are reaching out, and I'll keep a lookout for you, and we can talk there if you would like. Absolutely. No worries. Hyperborean Dream. I had an anti-white remove a long-winded post by responding with the Go Free tools in just a couple sentences. Let's read this again. Hyperborean Dream. And God bless, best friend of Jesus. Good to see you. I had an anti-white remove a long-winded post. So an anti-white wrote a long-winded post, either to or just an anti-white post in general, Hyperborean Dream, and he shows up with just a couple of sentences from the Go Free Dialogic, and the anti-white reads it and says, oh shit, and deletes it. Well done, Swasher. Well done. Epic Swasher. God bless you, brother. Let's keep those raucous emojis going for one more minute because we have one piece of mail in the Thaumatological Mailbag this week. Let's give it up in celebration to the one and only Johnny Rebel, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny Reb, financially gifting White Wellbeing on this glorious Sunday gathering, $75 for White Wellbeing. For protecting the babies, Johnny Reb. You all remember I went down there and spent a few days with the great Mr. Reb, and we went off-roading. It was totally epic. And maybe I'll be playing that intro again, the modified intro, where we climbed the mountain at speed over rocks. It's totally epic. Big thank you. Big salutes to you, the great Johnny Reb down in Texas, the once great state of Texas, which is now in the 30 percentile of white population. 75 White Wellbeing dollars. God bless you, sir. All right, looks like we're not missing anything there or there. Let me swivel around here, and we have Lord of the Fake. Lord of the Fake, home of the gay, financially gifting, $5 on Premium Rumble. Thank you so much. Good sir. Says, when schmucks justify hate, they justify anti-white hatred against whites. When schmucks condemn other groups' in-group preference, They justify anti-white condemnation of our group's in-group preference. Precisely, brilliantly said with that $5. Land of the fake, home of the gay. Well said. Yeah, these small-brained imbeciles out there are not at all in service of white well-being. And in so many ways, their endeavors fail, and we've demonstrated again and again how they fail, and they just keep engaging in that. I mean, it's one of the reasons why Texas is now in the 30% white population, 30 percentile, and they have to begin rigging the districts to keep white people in any sort of substantive representation in government. Do you know if the Republicans were not rigging the system right now in Texas, it would be run by non-whites today? So maybe what's gone before, maybe you should reflect upon whether or not it's useful at all. Savage Monday in here tagging me. I got a comment censored this week on the tube of you. Okay. He says, completely honest and innocent. I simply stated that I am a white man and don't feel represented by my government. Proof it disappeared. So he has proof. And do you think it was the content creator that deleted it or YouTube itself? It could be either. Thank you for sharing that, brother. Land of the fake, adding in that YouTube censors the ever-living shit out of him. We have, let's see, anything over here on D Live, any tags? Deplorable Thora had a question. Where did it go? Just says, how often do you go live on D Live? Every Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you for the question. And looks like nothing over here on Odyssey. Check back this way and we will see what you all have to think, what you all want to talk about. We got a couple other news items. Tag me as No White Guilt. We'll see what's being said on the live chat on X, shall we?
My granddaddy worked these fields, calloused hands and tractor wheels. Taught me about the worth of sweat and debts that have already been met. Every morning, rain or shine, he'd say, son, just walk your line. Never asked for more than fair, just did what needed to be done right there. Now you're standing here today, telling me I've got a price to pay for something from a different time that was never yours or mine. I ain't carrying a weight that ain't mine to bear. You can judge me, but I don't care. My conscience clear as morning air. Just hold your hold and keep it there. No, I ain't carrying one wasn't meant for me. My shoulders straight, my spirit free. That's just how it's gonna be. Whoa, let it go, let it go.
That is a piece by Raymond Foster, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Big salutes to you, brother. Where are you all today? Where are you on white well-being? We have a couple of stories left to discuss. New York moving ahead with a homeless shelter exclusively for transgenders. they're having such successes with their centers for the homeless. How many veteran centers do they have? We get nothing but specious arguments out of the anti-white scum of the world. But we will maintain the bonhomie. We will maintain the comity here in service to white well-being. Nothing but positivity.
Morning air, it's load your home and keep it there. No, I ain't carrying what wasn't meant for me. My shoulders straight, my spirit free. That's just how it's gonna be. Whoa, let it go, let it go.
Beautiful laid-back tune, apropos, as we move into the final of 40 minutes of our gathering together. If you've got something you want to share, make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. We can go back to any of the subjects that we were covering earlier, if you would like as well. Whatever your heart desires. But until we find out what your heart desires, we will splash on the screen. It's official. New York is actually moving ahead with opening up a homeless shelter exclusively for transgender people. How are they paying for this? Oh, yeah. Federal tax dollars. New York, how many times over the past few years? 10? I mean, talk about California as well. Do you hear, oh, they're bankrupt. They can't meet their obligations. So the federal government comes in there with billions of dollars to support them. I don't want to support them anymore. This is what the dollars are going to. They've created anti-white hells that can't support themselves. They wouldn't be able to have all of these centers if it weren't for the federal government giving them money. This is the kind of thing Donald Trump should definitely intervene on. No more money for you, New York. Let's watch it descend. Let's watch it. Let's see the same thing happen for California and any other states that are surviving on the tax dollars of the rest of the country. Let's see the ramification. Let's see anti-whiteism play out. Let the white population of the world see what ends up happening. We don't want to have to wait for what they're going to do, which is if there was one state left in the United States that was still productive enough to support the others, the federal government would fleece the white population there for everything that they had to pay for the rest of the empire. That's where it's headed. That's the reality of it. Mavrant, I see you here. And I got your message and I wrote you back. That's great news, man. We figured it out. Henry says, I remember you said magic is real, just a bit different than what we normally think it is. Can you talk about it a little bit? It's so fascinating. Sure. Let me see what others are saying here. Dan is with us. Good to see you. Winged Productions is here. I mentioned anti-whiteism and white erasure in my last 2 videos. Epic, brother. Thank you for that. Lost 10 subs. Coincidence? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. You know, the reality here is it's most unfortunate. Audio back? I'm throwing electricity again. Talking about magic. Talking about magic, Henry. The reality is, despite the fact that we are good people, we are productive people, we are members of our communities. We're able to get along with ordinary folk. Despite that reality, the other side is a much more painful reality. That is that the vast majority of the people who are on social media, not for their own selfish entertainment, but because they're in, well, I guess you could say it's a different type, but a non-socio-political selfish entertainment. Not those people. The vast majority of those who are here for socio-political matters, the white race, are not actually concerned with the white race. As I was saying earlier, the vast majority of people online who are engaged in socio-political discussion are here to satisfy their need for a scapegoat so that they can shirk their responsibility. I've met a lot of these people over the years in the white sympathetic sphere. They don't want to get a job. They don't want to work. They don't want to do right by their families or their friends. They have miserable little lives, and they don't want responsibility for those lives. They don't want to say that people don't like them because of them. They don't want to say that they don't have a job or a good job because of themselves. That's the last thing they want to do. So, Winged Productions, when you showed up and you were using lexicon from this community, which demands of the white population that you take the hard pill, you take responsibility for reclaiming our destiny and ending our victimization, you immediately drove a nail through the heart of those subscribers. They want nothing more from you than to prosecute a case against their scapegoats. Keep telling me why it's legitimate for me to be irresponsible. I can't do anything anyhow. Excuse upon excuse upon excuse. So one of the burdens, one of the challenges being here in service to white well-being, those of us who are real men and women of the West, is that we really have to sift through a lot of garbage white people. I mean, a lot of these people are really awful people, and we got to sift through them. We have to improve who we are and attract quality white people to the work that we're doing. We can take time to explain things to those who are quality so that they can understand maybe the path they're on, if they're on one of these schmuck or cuck paths, is going to lead to dissolution. But when it comes to the others, just push them aside. Absolutely push them aside. They're of no value whatsoever. They were never here for white well-being. So it's their decision to not follow the Go Free practice is a demonstration of what their real objective is, not white people. And that can be tough, especially when you look at the EmilySavesAmericas of the world that can show up and blow right by in popularity. It can be a challenge, trust me. When you have something, when you have a medicine, when you have an elixir that you know works, it's not just it does something to you. When you have something that works, it's not just an argument that you think, right? Like, I'm going to argue my case. When you have something that you know works, you've seen it work time and again and time and again, and you're out there and you're fighting through all of this morass of asses, jackasses, and then you watch a Sarah Stock come along. You watch, one after the other. They come up and then bam, massive popularity. That's not easy to live with. That's the reality. It's a struggle. So I feel for you, man. I know you don't have enough, none of us do, enough interaction to be able to see 10 disappear and it'd be no big thing. All right. Craig says, great stream, brother. God bless you. Thank you for that. Nicholas DeSanto. Craig is asking about the comedian we had on, Nicholas DeSanto. Yeah, great guy. Very funny, great guy. 1010 says, I said this earlier at the wrong time. But here goes again. Kroger's putting the pedophilia symbol on their packaging. Wow. I wonder if, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there were anti-whites there I imagine Kroger's has their own ad department, but maybe they don't. But I would think it's not a chance, not just a chance, coincidence that the anti-whites add something like that to the packaging. It's possible there could be an accident, but it's more likely that it was intentional. There's Dononaki. Good to see you, brother. Azimuth Clark. Okay, we got Henry's question about magic. And, you know, one of the things that I think I want to do, take a look at these stories, but one of the things I think I want to do is maybe we'll see. Move Wednesdays, not the day, but move into Wednesdays, focus a period, a segment on Prometheus Rising. Because that is the real fictional, spiritual empowerment for our people. And it's high time that I make the audiobook of it so that people can finally be empowered by it. I know it's hard to find time to read. It's hard to find time to read something that is poetical, which is how I wrote Prometheus Rising. And so we'll see. We'll see, Henry. I'm thinking about how best to answer your question. Might be better served on a Wednesday, but I'm not going to forget it, brother. Because there is magic. It's not like, and I don't mean the magic of David Blaine or Copperfield. Those are tricks. And I don't, nor do I mean the magic of, really it's kind of a, how to put this, kind of a petty stab in the back to say the sun rising is magic until we discovered that the earth turns and that's how the sun rises. That's not what I'm talking about either. There's more. There's definitely more. And it might be, you know, as we move forward, it might be time to begin to unlock more of that mystery and tap into more of that, especially now as we see 2025, the internet has crystallized, this resistance to anti-whiteism has really crystallized into a medium controlled by anti-whites at every level. The entire resistance, all of the schmuckery is controlled 100% by anti-whites. And you have people, I mean, it was really a not happy moment when I heard Arvil pledge allegiance to Nick Fuentes. So we kind of have things settling, the dust of the internet settling. And of course, the system has this complete control at the end of the day. And there weren't enough people who could, who were moral enough, who were good enough, who were courageous enough, who were smart enough to take up what works. Because regrettably, I overestimated them and thought that when something showed up that worked, they would abandon, at least a much greater percentage would abandon what didn't work. The reality was that the vast majority of them in the white sympathetic sphere are here to have an excuse to be a loser, have an excuse for why they are a loser. And we don't want any part of that. That'll pull down every positive effort to recapture our destiny. So we'll think about, well, let me jump into this story. New York is actually moving ahead with opening a homeless shelter just for transgenders. It's not costing taxpayers $63 million. It's going to cost them $63 million every single year. The city is unveiling the latest investment, a homeless shelter called Ace's Place. Let's hear what Panyangyo has to say about it.
But you won't believe what they're doing now. Now, you may remember the Big Apple dished out millions to launch safe injection sites for drug addicts. For example, over $700,000 went to vending machines filled with needles and condoms. And the city paid the Pakistani government $220 million to house illegal aliens at the posh Roosevelt Hotel. But now the city is unveiling its latest investment.
Notice how she's getting this wrong again. Sorry that I paused her right when her mouth was in that position. I really didn't mean to do that to you. In the middle of being in that position. But it's what happens. But she's saying again and again, oh, the city is paying for it. The city is paying for. No, the city can't pay for squat. It's the rest of the country is giving the state and then the city all of this money that they're spending on all this anti-whiteism. A lot of people in the conservative and Republican circles think, well, if we produce enough wealth and resources, if we raise that GDP, well, they could have all of this nonsense and they'll be pacified and we can go then have more leisure time and celebrate ourselves until we're dead and have no meaning for our lives. But of course, that's not going to work for very much longer. Let's pick up where she left off.
A homeless shelter called Ace's Place, which they're calling, quote, the country's first ever city-funded shelter dedicated to serving and supporting transgender and gender nonconforming individuals experiencing homelessness. And the price tag for taxpayers? A reported $63 million per year. But you won't believe what they're doing now. Now, you may remember the Big Apple dished out millions to launch safe injection sites for drug addicts. For example, over $700,000 went to vending machines filled with needles and condoms. And the city paid the Pakistani government $220 million to house illegal aliens at the posh Roosevelt Hotel.
It would be nice, if she said your dollars. That would help drive the point home. So there you have it. You have a transgender only. Are there any veteran only? I mean, I don't know. Somebody can correct me. I've never heard of a veteran only. You have to prove that you were in the military. But here you have to prove that you think you are a different sex or multiple sexes or whatever. They're having such success there in New York that they're moving forward with that project. While this project that Emily was talking about there, safe injection site, brings daytime public sex. Quote, getting my own porno show. Ah, the erasure of our norms. They're shooting up and getting down. New York City's controversial taxpayer-funded safe injection site has reached a depraved new low. With who could have predicted this? Who could have predicted it? By the way, talking about predicting and different decades, you remember we were watching that salty cracker guy, and he was talking about how much better the 90s were. It was just nothing but Shangri-La for the races. We just all danced around a campfire, sang Kumbaya. All the races loved each other. And then I talked to you about all the different riots, Crown Heights, and on and on and on. Million Man, Million Woman, all totally anti-white. After we were together for that gathering, I guess my mind was still just reeling in shock at how you could be so dumb. And of course, we talked about how Salty Cracker wasn't paying attention to things then. That's why he thinks it's good. That's always the case with people. And that should be the kind of people that get, what did he have, 150,000 views on that garbage video? Brain must have been still working on it, because then I remembered in the early 90s that Cop Killer rap song. Do you remember that? Killing white police officers. Yeah, we were just all getting along together beautifully. Race relations were amazing. Cop Killer. Look it up. So, who could have predicted this? Well, I don't know. This is the breakdown of Western norms. Why can't you have sex in the streets while you shoot up drugs? I mean, why not? Who's to say that the white norm is the right norm? I mean, if anything, it's the wrong norm, right? Taxpayer funded, so your funded safe injection site has reached a depraved new low. They're so zonked out, they routinely have sex in broad daylight. Often, and let me just point out, it's not like you're getting to watch Jason Kuna have sex. And it's really, I mean, we heard about Arvel making adult content. I don't know what Arvel looks like, but really the world is missing something unique by not being able to see me in action. Let me just say, not being able to see me in action is a loss to the world, and I'm sorry, it's just the way it is. But you're not seeing me in action on the streets. You would like to see that. That would be something you could come away with and remember fondly. But no, it's not me in action on the streets of New York. It is heroin addicts, and not really the kind of people that you would ever want to see in any kind of location. You know, not even like you can come into this park where everybody is going to be, all of the adults there are going to be doing something in public potentially. So prepare yourselves. No children welcome. And you go, and maybe there would be some very handsome people there. These are like crack addicts. So not only is it wrong, it's in the public square where it shouldn't be permitted. It's against our norms, but it's revolting. It's vomit inducing. Zonked out as they have sex in broad daylight, often at the doorstep of neighbors forced to endure the X-rated free-for-all. Good God. Oh, my God. Look at this picture. The Post witnessed the madness firsthand. And on Point's East Harlem headquarters, I remember when I was a child, and wow, that's nice. I like that. When I was a child, and did you all have this happen to you? Maybe share in the chat if you did. In school, and it was on entertainment media, the anti-whites incessantly tried to convince me of what a beautiful, creative, safe, and harmonious place Harlem was. And I remember as a child, I was like, what is this Harlem? Why are they presenting it to me like it's Eden? I didn't think, I was too young to think that it could be something anti-white. I remember thinking that, boy, this is really an ugly name for a place. Harlem. If you're going to have a perfect place, why would you call it Harlem? It sounds like ugliness. And then I became an adult, of course, or I got older, maybe not quite an adult, and I learned harlot, and I learned these similar words. And I thought, wow, seems to fit better with ugliness than beauty. But yeah, that was shoved down my throat daily. Well, warranted hyperbole. It kept recurring. The Post witnessed it, and one afternoon, as a horn dog pair, yeah, I'm sure if the Post saw me in action, a white guy, they would just say, look at that horn dog. They would say the criminal pervert trying to show his goods to children. Double standards of anti-whiteism. The horn dog pair were conjoined, and they kept going even after pedestrians awkwardly walked past. Oh, my boy. Oh, my Lord. Disgusting. The guy was just doing his thing. Okay, we don't need any more of the description. We get it. They're having sex. The guy finished his thing. The woman stayed bent over. I guess she's waiting for the next passerby. Lovely people. Lovely people. It's disgusting, added neighbor Shikigel Baker, who lives across the street from where the raunchy scene took place. Well, you should clearly take my tax dollars away and move her to an all-white neighborhood so that she can vote for more of this kind of thing. The government-backed shooting gallery down the block, where addicts are given clean needles and other paraphernalia to snort, smoke, inject their drug of choice. Opened in 21. We've seen the look at this. Wouldn't you love to just see that thing? I mean, not only would you not want to see that copulating, not only would you not want to see that naked, I don't know that I want to see it breathing. Since then, nonprofit On Point has hauled in a total of nearly $20 million in taxpayer, your money and mine, from the city's Department of Health. Opioid settlement funds, Skyrocket family, Sackler family, who developed OxyContin. Oh, here we go again. The nonprofit's annual budget, you can't do anything about them. So the Sackler, stop complaining about, stop talking about them. One of the most oppressive things is hearing from the schmucks and the cucks, and they tell you like it's the Jews, like they have found the answer for the whole universe. I find it so insufferable. I got something to tell you. I got something to tell you. Let me make sure nobody's around. Let me tell you, I got the answer for it all. I know it all. Oh yeah, what is it? What did you got the answer for every? Yeah. It's the Jews. Wow. Oh wow. Oh, I am so shocked by your intelligence. Wow. But neighbors have given nothing but grief since the site. Oh, look at this poor woman who's been voting for this. I'm sure she's anti-white as all hell. And she's like, nah, I got to put up with them doing his stuffs in front of me. Deal with it. Deal with it. Our norm is gone. They have sex in our yards. They defecate behind our cars. It's a mess, said Barker, barking away. 69 years of age, and putting the blame squarely on Point for poisoning the block. Now, you know what's going to end up happening? The cucks are going to blame white people for this. That's what's going to end up happening. Look at what you did to the black race. More reason for you to feel bad. Feel white guilt. Make amends. There was a woman here, she said. She laid her blanket out. I was sitting in... That's not how she talks. How does she talk? Yeah, cool. Papa J Magic is right. Duh, dues. Wing and Production pointing out the shocker, but that was completely predictable if you understand anti-whiteism. He says, irony is ironic. The Cop Killer song was rapped by Ice-T, who was then made lovable to white women. They made him a cop on TV shows. He's been on numerous shows. He's been in numerous commercials. And now all white women, I've heard the most like insipid white women talk about iced tea. It is repulsive. That's what anti-whiteism has done to us. All right. There was a woman up in here. She laid her blanket out. I was sitting here thinking, what's she doing? What's that bitch doing? Then she took off her pants. She took off her pants and a guy came along. So I guess that's all you have to do. And here we go. The white norm of families and courtship, all of that, that's frivolity. It's so unnecessary. It's so oppressive when in the rest of the world, you just pull your drawers off and you just wait till the first thug walks along and can smell you. I smell one. You smell it? I smell it. Thugs come wandering from everywhere like zombies, following their noses. Get in a line. What's she doing? She took her pants off, and a guy came along. And I'm sitting here thinking, what? I'm getting my own porno show. Are you kidding me? That's really what she said. And she probably talks like that. That's my prediction. They just don't care. Slam's sister, Baker, who also lives, so you got Barker and Baker. I'm sure they'll be appearing with Donald Trump next. You watch. You watch. Donald Trump's, I'm going to fix New York by supporting one of the candidates. I got Barker and Baker over here. And while Trump is talking, they'll be in the background. Debbie. And then he'll come up and he'll be like, well, just come up and share. Very insightful what she has to say. Why don't you share? Why don't you come up and share? I bet you Barker was just jealous. She don't stank enough to pull him in from miles away. Okay. Let's see. Baker also lives in the house. They live in the same house, Barker and Baker. Unless that's a misspelling above. Baker said, it's just awful. I bet it is. My God. Wow. Just in the open. That's a level of freedom. That's a level of freedom. We don't want too much freedom. That's the problem. It's terrible. Don't get me wrong. Wait a second. Where does "don't get me wrong" come into criticism of sex by crack addicts in public? They're just like us. We're all the same. There's no difference. There's no difference at all. We are all the same. No white person going to get squeamish over this kind of thing. It's terrible. But don't get me wrong. But I'm just thinking, my goodness, she literally says that. Don't get me wrong. Like, hey, I kind of am for it. I kind of like it. But shit. This is where we are. The things I've seen just blows my mind. Chimed in Michael Carden, a pipe fitter who works in the neighborhood. Oh, the things I seen blew my mind. I mean, hookers do anything for stuff. Over here. The hookers do anything for stuff over here. The city said 6,000 junkies consumed illegal drugs. As many, and you know that number is going to be less than a quarter. As many as 38,000 times at the sanctioned drug site. And they brag about preventing overdoses. Great. I think that's a problem. Let's let them finish themselves off. critics argue the overdoses just happen someplace else. Wow, thanks, cucks. They're just delaying overdose deaths because they don't address the underlying pathological behavior, which is really injecting yourself with poison. Well, I mean, I'm just looking at this person and I'm thinking, yep, want to get me some. Gonna head right up to Harlem. Experts say the center is a beacon for drug. Really? Experts, you need experts for that. It's a beacon for drug use and the associated behaviors, such as public sex to the neighborhoods. Yeah, I need some vacuous white female to tell me that. You know what's going to happen? Somebody like a Emily Saves America, she'll cover this. My video will have 2,500 views. Her video will have 850,000 views. This is shocking behavior for people to have in the neighborhood. It's not shocking to law enforcement because this is the kind of behavior that they see in drug-addled people, said Betsy Smith. With these injection centers, people go, they get high, and then they give in to their urges. They're going to engage in whatever behavior they feel. I mean, I see that on the ground and I'm just thinking, yeah, breed it. That's because we're just the same. When you see that on the ground, isn't that like your first thought? We're all the same. I just think, man, I want to go breed that thing. For years, I've fought to shut down these centers that have brought crime and deteriorated residents' quality of life. Some are dangerously close to schools. How dare you keep them from schools? You should have drunky sex reading hour. Druggy, drinking, sex, reading hour. Some are dangerously close to schools, including one directly across the street from a daycare. Yeah. Yes. Don't you see the similarities? I'm smitten by them. I'm hoping Attorney General Pam Bondi will take action to shutter these heroin shooting galleries once and for all. Fed up resident. So these are the fault of anti-whites. This is the fault of anti-whiteism. This is a consequence of anti-whites. As it is less and less white and Western, it's more and more the instincts of other groups of human beings. If you want a reference, you can look back to countries where they are the majority and see how they behave. But be careful to look in the segments of those countries that are the least influenced by an interaction with the West. Earlier this year, they begged the Trump administration to close down the supervised shooting sites. I haven't read this. I'm just guessing that that's what Donald Trump's going to do. They've been operating in a legally gray area. It's great. Permitted under the city rules. President Trump issued an executive. So can I just maybe open up a shooting gallery where I live? Just call it like a legally gray area. I'm going to guess no. And I mean shooting of firearms. Placing the site under investigation. So Donald Trump placed it under investigation with the civil and criminal action expected imminently. Americans deserve to feel safe in their cities and town. Is this like some white person now? I feel like it is. I feel like it's some like nasally, pencil-dicked white guy. Americans should deserve to feel safe in their cities and towns. President Trump is providing decisive leadership to protect public safety and in the surrender of our great cities. Oh, there's the surrender of the great city abstraction. These great cities that we're losing, not the white race. That's not the problem. It's the cities. Homelessness and crime. Oh my God. Harrison Fields. I bet you I was right. New York Police Department says it has received 8 calls about prostitution, lewd behavior. All right. What else is there? On Point has not replied to the Post's request for comment. There is still more to be done, and we remain committed to making sure the neighborhood is safe and feels safe for all who call it home. Any New Yorkers who witness this behavior should report it immediately. To who? Pornhub? All right. What do you all have to say? We're going to roll out on another Sunday. The great Dallas over here, tagging me, says, question, how do you respond to a family member who claims, quote, we're all one, that genetically races are almost entirely the same? It's like, I'd like to still have peace with this person. Very easy and great question. Thank you. Say to this person that it's not the similarities that make us the same. It's the differences that make us different. You can add on that no group is better than any other group, but we're all different and we create different cultures, and you can see that around the world. And we have preferences for different cultures. I prefer, and Dallas, you could say that you prefer a white Western culture. So you don't want to see it changed anymore to look like these other places on planet Earth. So nobody's better than any other, but there are distinct differences. It's the differences that make us different. Sure, there are similarities, but it's the differences that make us different. Try that out and come back and let us know how it works. And the family member is almost 80, then definitely do it that way. Have you heard Sam Hyde and Fuentes did an interview? Oh my God. No. Informs us Land of the Fake. He says, would be interested to hear your review. How long is it? Maybe I will. It's so awful that his followers are so oppressive, and they keep slandering people, and they keep chipping away at their following until they agree to meet with Fuentes. It's happening everywhere. And it's got to be stopped. Thank you for that. I'll have to check that out. I'll pull it up now so I don't forget. Looks like the overall video is 1 hour. I don't know if he's speaking to the little imp the entire time, but we'll check it out. Thank you for that. It must be recent. All right. I don't see anything else over there. And I don't see anything else here on entropy. Let me make sure we haven't missed anybody. Did have somebody on entropy calling me a nib, but phrased a little differently. Find a roof. Find a roof, maybe some strychnine, and there's a lot of things you can do. A lot of things you can do up on that roof. With the strychnine, you could use it for the rat population, and you could use it for other purposes. And let me see here what we have on YouTube. I will be back on Wednesday. We might be talking a little bit more about Prometheus Rising. It might be time. It might be time, this is another example right here, as this little turd continuing by way of his ratio tards to intimidate people into speaking with him and magnifying his popularity, to begin going a little bit more of an esoteric direction. That's right, first last. I think the benefits of people like Fuentes going viral and others is that at least they steer us away from the worst direction and discourage us from worshiping Israel. White people are not going to, the white people who are going to talk with us, the majority of the white people who are going to talk with us are not going to be worshipers of Israel. They're going to be probably tolerant of Israel at most, tolerant of Israel fighting for itself or defending itself or etc. But there's no benefit to Fuentes at all. No benefit at all. He occupies white people's attention who are trying to pull away from the system, are looking for the alternative. And then you have this voice saying, it's all about hating Jews. We need to be multiracial and hate the Jews, focus on the Jews, negative on the Jews, all day long, the Jews. You can't get a people out of the white race by doing that. If anything, the people who are going to work on building a white people out of the deracinated white race are going to have some level of sympathy with other groups of people that do it well. They're not going to work with them. They're not going to endorse them, but there's going to be some level of, yeah, they're doing it right. We're not going to be able to hate Jews and emulate their behavior. It's not possible. So, and you'll find that when you talk to people like these ratio retards, and I mean that in the clinical sense, his followers, you're going to find that they are, and the other J Spurs from the shrinking so-called pro-white communities that are joining in the multiracial endeavor, you're going to find this serious repugnance for engaging in any of the behavior that the Jews engage in. So if anything, if the Jews were actually in charge and running everything, if that were actually happening, the smartest thing for them to do would be to fund anti-Jew spurgery. That would be the smartest thing for them to do, because it disempowers and undermines any resistance. The exact behavior that people need to engage in to advance their self-interest, their people's interest, and therefore their self-interest is rejected. And you can see the hostility that once they have this arrogance, thinking that they've got it all figured out with these three words, the hostility and the arrogance that it engenders, they're not interested in a remedy at that point. They really think they've got it all figured out. Land of the Fake saying he's not a fan of Fuentes, but he does like Hyde. And he also points out, including hating of non-white people, including the Jews, will divide the white race, who desperately need uniting. Yeah, the people who are already supporters of Israel, I mean, you think about it this way. The people who are supporters of Israel should emulate the behavior of the Israelis. I mean, this is an angle that you can take with whites who are supporters of Israel. You can't take that angle with the schmucks. All right. We've had another glorious gathering of the best of the white race. None of the men here are uxorious. How do you like that? None of the men here are uxorious. They are not dominated by the women in their lives. None of them are cowards. None of the women here are cowards. We are all taking up the charge of recapturing our destiny for the well-being of our people. We're it. We are Camp of the Saints, but unlike Camp of the Saints, we have the white magic to recapture the minds of our brothers and sisters. As the study I knew all along, Ashley Jardina shared in her study, almost half of the white population will join us if it's a white positive identity. They're not going to join a white negative or an anti-non-white identity. They never have. They never will. So we're it. We have to continue doing what these generals are doing. We have to continue having successes and we will win the day. It's going to come down to the tenacity of the white race, the spirit, the verve, the intelligence, the abilities that are left in the white race as manifested through the good people who come here and advocate for white well-being. It's all down to you all. It's make it or break time. See you all on Wednesday. Keep an eye out, 2 p.m. every day. Get participating in the Shade Tree. It will open your mind. We need to grow the numbers there, bring in as many people as we can. I'm there as often as I can. I'll look for you. Love you all. Let's go free.